Hello, hello! The second round of ads should be finished up. Oh, sorry, I have the fan running. They may have been a little bit noisy. It's hot, chat. It's so hot. Maybe it's just because I'm nervous. Because there's so many people coming, apparently. And if you're already here, then welcome in. Hello, Rugmat, and congratulations on being first, officially, to the stream. You need to claim first with channel points if you want to be recognized as being actually first. If you just write in chat like everybody else can, then I don't know who's first. There's no way of really determining who's first. So we came up with this genius system of saying you need to redeem a channel point because it can only be redeemed once per stream. So whoever gets there first is officially first. And today that is Rugmat. So yeah, welcome everyone. Neheme.
Mayor Bowser.
Are you looking for ice cream, Rugmat? Yes, it will.
You know, thank you for joining us as well.
I would actually.
And for families across the country.
I would love ice cream. I saw Neheme, you turned up to 90 million lumens and almost got blinded. That's also a great idea. That's also a great idea. I would love to jump in the pool. It's actually only open until 5 minutes ago, so I don't have a chance to jump in anymore. Also, I need to be here streaming for you, apparently. So yeah, hi Yost, welcome in. Yost has been out twice today, socializing with people I haven't seen in years. All I can do now is lie sideways and look at my phone. This is the way. First time on your channel, can you explain me a little bit what you usually stream? Hi, DF Cortez. Yes, I hope you saw my message from earlier. So this stream will be available for 14 days on Twitch. So you can watch it on Twitch for 14 days. What is this? What clip is this?
Hey!
Oh, when I got accepted to the claw.
We're in a freaking team.
When I got accepted to my stream team.
We are in a freaking team. Oh wow. Disco lights. What does this do? I'll show you what.
What does it do? We don't have disco lights anymore, unfortunately. But yes, you will be able to watch the video for 14 days here on Twitch. You may be watching it afterwards on YouTube. Because after the 14 days, so basically, this is Twitch. On Twitch, it's for 14 days. And then after that, it expires. But at the same time, on my YouTube channel, from the 13th day, the video is available. So you have it available to you all the time, whether you prefer to watch it on Twitch or whether you prefer to watch it on YouTube 13 days later. Thank you for enhancing my face, chat. Oh, that's the link to the video. Sorry. This is what I wanted.
Bye!
So what do I normally stream? I normally stream data-related things. It really depends on what we're talking about. I have created lots of various digital products. I have done sponsored streams in the past for other brands. I have done lots of shenanigans, like doing lots of stupid things on stream, like a pool stream. Hi, Duce Clue. Wait, Duce. Why is this username so difficult for me? Lucas, I'm just going to say Lucas, thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the stream. If two people time enhance right, does it zoom in extra close? It does not. It does not. It could, and I elected not to. I elected not to for reasons. Reasons being my face. But you can enhance as much as you want. So we build products on stream. If you want to take a look at my website, there's actually a entire sub-page of my website devoted to side projects. that we can actually take a look at. So I've built a various amount of side projects, some of them streaming related, some of them not. Like I've built a little parser to parse subtitle files into CSV format because SRT format is really weird, and none of the things that I had worked. I built a game so that I could get my own streaming category on Twitch. Stream freehand, you already saw that before. That's so I can do cool stuff like this and draw on my stream. I green screened, I forked a project basically for that. Lurk Reveal, which is currently not working anymore, actually. I built Stream Bingo, where you can play bingo while streamers are streaming to try and catch them out in making mistakes and stuff like that. Color Box, which is a way for you to steal colors from other people, because apparently it's a thing to like own a color, you know, like NFT style. So I built interactive site to claim colors as NFTs. I built a recipe site. I am working on a larger project called Just in Numbers, and of course I built my own website as well. So that is kind of part of the stream. Yes, work for you, Erica. Back to work for you. So that's a big part of the stream, and of course the other big part of the stream is doing data related things. So doing various types of data projects, looking at different cool data sets, looking at different types of tools, anything data related, pretty much everything. No, I meant you're working it. Am I working it? Yeah, I'm working it. Isn't that McDonald's slogan? I'm working it? No, wait, that's McDonald's slogan.
Some high resolution photos of local farmland.
How did they turn out?
They all turned out a bit grainy.
Grainy? I think you were too zoomed in, Karen. You were too zoomed in on the photos. Yeah, so DF, I hope that helps answer the question a little bit about what I do. That being said, I mean, you're in for a little bit of a surprise on the stream. Let's put it that way. I always try to keep things a little bit secretive until the stream actually goes live, to keep a little bit of suspense and surprise there. And I occasionally announce streams in advance, like today's stream has been announced in advance because it is a sponsored stream. If you haven't already seen, today's stream is actually supported by the Operational Analytics Club. Now, of course, because this stream is sponsored, we have to do an ad read. No, the ad read is very simple. If you are in the data space and you are interested in exchanging with other data people, then there is this great community called Operational Analytics Club. And you can join for free. It's a Slack community where you can learn from others. You can join events like the ones today. You can read blog posts. You can attend more traditional webinars. All that kind of jazz is being unified in one place. Does this mean I need to be on my best behavior? Joost, have you not been behaving so far? Hi, Quesnok. Quesnok, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. I know we're going to have a lot of first timers here today, so we will need to take extra time to explain how some things work on Twitch, how live streams work, and how live streams are different from webinars. Because I'm sure a lot of you asking the question, why is this not just a webinar? And I will explain why, okay? The basic reason of why this is not a webinar is because it is interactive. With a webinar, it's very simple. You have a person presenting something on a screen. Hold on one second. You have a person presenting something on a screen, like D20s. Oh, look, you got a 20. Nice. I'm going to change the color. It's not contrasty enough. Let's go with purple. Is this better? Yeah, that's better. So in a normal webinar, okay, you've got someone presenting, okay, and then chat is on the side. And that's it. That's basically it. You sit there, all of you sitting there right now, at home, at work, in some nondescript office building, on the toilet. I hope not. I hope you're not on the toilet watching this stream right now. Wherever you are watching this, maybe on your mobile phone while you're driving, because your mobile phone is safely put away and you're not looking at it while you're driving either. Please don't Twitch and drive. Don't Twitch and drive, people, please. So wherever you're watching this, if it was just a webinar, you would just consume the content and it would be one way. It would be entirely one way, right? For somewhere between 45 to 65 minutes in general, let's say. The difference is with a live stream is that you are an integral part. You are an integral part of the stream, because me being here doing something for 3 to 4 hours, I can't monologue for 3 to 4 hours. I mean, maybe I could, but that's not what you want. You're here to get some kind of value. So while there is a chat here on this side, you also have on the bottom of your window, you have a little button with shoes on it. Those are called channel points. As you watch the stream, you will accumulate channel points. Those channel points will allow you to interact with the stream in funny ways, like for example, enhancing. But not only do you have channel points, you also have things that can happen based on what you write in chat. And some people who've been here a long time will introduce you to memes of the stream. So that is also an interactive component. And today, on top of all of this, for our live data exercise, we are going to have quiz questions. Because it is not a real stream, it is not a real data project, unless we also test our knowledge a little bit. So we are going to have quiz questions. That's right, Erica, we are going to have quiz questions. The quiz. There will be 3 blocks of quiz questions. Thank you very much for introducing us to the toasty meme, Yost. If anyone remembers what reference that's from, I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember that. So we will have 3 sections of quizzes, but they're for fun, right? It's not like a scoring thing or something like that. And of course, we will do the data project in between, and I will introduce you to the data that we have, and we will go from the beginning. I have done 0 prep work. 0, zilch, none, nada, nade, keine, whatever language you want to say it in. I have done no prep work for this data set. It is a publicly available, clean, semi-clean data set. Is it clean data or is it data like one finds at work? Oh, it is representative, let's say. Neme. It is representative of what you may find in a typical company. And in fact, because it is public data, you will be able to also explore it yourself if you choose to do so. And I will be posting the link for that in chat. If you want the data set, just ping in chat and I'll paste it in there for you. I don't actually have a command for it. I could make a command actually. So let me just do that quickly. In the meantime, I would love to know, as a warm-up exercise, for which of you is this your first Twitch stream? So for those of you who are here for the first time, you don't have to chat if you don't want to. Okay, you can just watch the stream like a webinar in that sense. You don't have to chat if you don't want to. Anyone can consume content as they want. But for those of you who it is your first time on Twitch, I would wonder, and I would love for you to write in chat and tell me, what was the sign-up experience like for Twitch? How easy was it? How difficult was it? What was your experience like creating a Twitch account? Did it feel odd? Did you think Twitch was just a gaming site? I would love to know what you thought about that, because there are varying opinions on Twitch's sign-up process. So yeah, I'm just going to create a command here. Where is this? I know I have a command for it. Source, I think I called it. That's right, source. Today's data set is from BigQuery public dataset. So today's dataset is a BigQuery public dataset. I should be able to, here we go. There it is. I don't know if you'll be able to see the link if you don't have an account. That's a good question. Hi, Right Join. Welcome in. There's a question about you today in the quiz. And for those of you who are just joining now, maybe you got an email reminding you from the Operational Analytics Club. Yes, there will be 3 mini quizzes during the stream. There will be 3 mini quizzes. Hello. Oh, that's a difficult one. Yango? Can I just call you Yango? Is it for, no, you're not being graded. You're not being graded on the quiz, I promise. It will not affect your work performance at all. So Neme, you were asking about the source. So the data source today is from San Francisco Ford Go Bike Share. That was the wrong button. That happens a lot with streaming, by the way. Yeah, this is the data set from today. It's trip data from the San Francisco Bay Area's Ford Go Bike share system. And there's some information here about some queries that you could run to explore the data set. Of course, that's pretty boring if we would just copy the queries from Google. So, how do we get started? How does this work? Well, this is how a Twitch stream is. A Twitch stream is highly unstructured. It means that we bounce around a little bit between different things. If people ask questions, then we take time to answer that person's question if we can. It's basically a giant classroom. It's basically a giant classroom. Think of it as me being your personal teacher for a couple hours. With added bits of fun, of course, we take breaks. It is very important to take breaks. For those of you who sit at your desk all day, you already know this. But we take breaks once per hour for 3 minutes. During that time, we also run some ads. So we'll be having our break in about 40 minutes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, if you want to know a little bit more about what it's like on Twitch, then I would be able to show you that with a scene. Unfortunately, it's not set up yet, Rugmat. I wish it was. I wish it was. I don't have it set up yet. But it is a bit like a classroom in that sense, like a traditional school. So I think we should get started. Otieno. Okay, I can call you Otieno. Welcome, and very, very glad to have you here. So I think we're going to get started, and as some of you may have seen in chat already, there is a tradition that we have. We always start the stream. We always start the stream with a meme. The meme of the day. The meme of the day is very important. It's become a staple of the community. And the reason we have a meme of the day is because we unite in our collective purpose and frustrations around sharing experiences through memes. That is very important to us. To the question if somebody's here for the first time, yes and no. I actually got back here after 5 years. Truth be told, I did not expect at that time, 5 years, while watching the StarCraft match, I'll be watching a data analytics stream next about the experience. Took a bit to get verified to be able to write in chat. Yes, that is a very good point, Lucas. And thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. It is indeed a bit of a problem on Twitch because Twitch is a very, very large platform. We're talking hundreds of millions of users. And we share this space with gamers and artists and musicians and all types of streamers and content creators from all over the world. Because we share that space, there are unfortunately people on this platform that are not so nice. I know it's very hard to imagine, but it is true. And so those people occasionally try to come here and disrupt what we are doing. People in hot tubs. Yes, people in hot tubs. And those people are not so nice. No, the hot tub streamers are not a problem. It's the people generally watching the people in the hot tubs. Those people are not so nice. And we have to unfortunately introduce some, let's say, hurdles to prevent those people from disrupting what we are doing here. We are trying to learn, yes, but we are also trying to have fun. But there is a limit to what we will tolerate. Obviously, there's a sort of moral and ethical line of things that we tolerate. Like, yeah, well, if you wanted to do things properly, then you should have done your homework, because obviously none of you have done your homework. It's obvious from the questions you were asking. That's true. Most people in my stream don't do their homework. So, I think it's time to get started. And so if you want the meme of the day for yourself, you can use !MOTD in chat. But this is... Sorry, Vinny. There is going to be work. This is the meme of the day. Rugman, you do your housework. Well, that's good. Otherwise your place would be filthy, right? This is the meme of the day. This is a photo with tan lines from very typical summer activities. Water skiing, mountain biking, scuba diving, rollerblading, and tennis. And there's me writing SQL. The joke is that I look like this all year round, not just in the summer. Because I'm pale. Look at this. I'm as white as can be. I am very, very fair-skinned. But I don't care. It means less wrinkles when I get older, apparently. Ah, yes, SQL every day. Twice a day. Twice a day. I think we can do better than that, Neme. So if you want to tell us a little bit about yourselves in chat, feel free to do so. But I think we should get started. So this is how we're going to start. Everything, like I said, everything is unstructured. So at any time, you can stop. You can go get a coffee or a beer or whatever your beverage of choice is, water. You can come back. You can watch the stream later. You can leave for a couple hours and come back. It's totally up to you. What we are going to do is we are going to use a tool called Count to explore this data set. Because I want to show you all, and this is the objective of today, I want to explain how to do a data analysis. After all, the title of today's stream is From Numbers to Knowledge. This isn't just about running some queries and then having some numbers, right? This is not about that. This is about figuring out what is the purpose of running the queries. What is the purpose of us looking at this data set? And Count allows us to do that by having a kind of whiteboard type feature. It looks similar to something like Miro, if you've used Miro before. So Count is not a sponsor. It's a free tool. It's a new type of analytics tool, let's say. And we are going to start by asking ourselves a question. So the data we have here, we're gonna put it aside. I'm gonna show you that a little bit later. We're gonna start completely blank by asking ourselves a question. This is too small. We're going to start by asking ourselves a question. Because every good analysis starts with a question. A Honda Accord just followed. This is indeed live, J. Walter. You are watching the live stream right now. Yes. The question we want to ask ourselves is the following. I'm going to make this actually very large.
Can't do it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Not all of the Honda Accords.
Do it live.
The drop should not be broken
and
anymore.
We'll do it live.
The drop is not broken, J. Walter. You are broken, not the drop. What can anyone guess what the question is going to be? What should we be asking ourselves?
Why?
Funnily enough, that meme is correct. No scores recorded in the past 24 hours. No one has landed in the past 24 hours. The question is, why? So the framework that I use is called 5 times why. You may have heard of it before. The 5 why framework is the perfect way to frame why we do something, because it enables you to dig very deep into the underlying reason about why you're asking a question. Let's start with how this would typically go. We have a data set that is about ride sharing bicycles, okay? Bikes available as rideshare in San Francisco. So I'm gonna just put this up here. Hello? Wait, can I change the color? Here we go. What color should we make this chat? Okay, so this is our, let's call this a frame, okay? This is the frame. We are, put ourselves in the shoes of, we are this business that provides this service or provides these bicycles, right? So this is the framing. So we have bikes available for ride sharing within San Francisco. Also, you have to excuse me. Sometimes I have to cough because I'm recovering from a cold still a little bit. Oh, this is a bad color for this. Sorry, this is a very bad color for this because I am green screening. I should probably not green screen. So if we have bikes available to rideshare, then one of the first questions that comes up is, how many trips did our bicycles or bikes make last year? Right? Let's imagine that this was our first exploratory question. You have to put yourselves in the shoes, right? We are right now analysts or in the position of someone internally in the business where stakeholders come to you with this type of question. They say, how many trips did our bikes make last year? Now at this point, this is why number one. This is why number one. At this point, you could say, you could exit. So if we look at this as a kind of like a flow, Let me just draw here. If we look at this as a kind of flow, chat, okay? And make this line thicker. I want to make it like a yellow color, or maybe this color is good. So if we think of this as like a downwards flow, right? So this, the first Y is like that. Now at this point, you could exit. You could exit, you could say, sorry, that's not visible. I'm gonna make this red because it's not a good thing to do. So you could exit here from this flow and you could say what the answer is. I don't know, let's say 53,981. Will there sometimes be that you yourself as an analyst tries to answer questions you yourself come up with, or is it mostly from stakeholders? There are certainly questions that come from yourself. Absolutely. Like this question could be from me, but this question could also be from a stakeholder. But the process that we follow is the same. The process that we follow in both scenarios is exactly the same. We need to dig deeper. But why do we need to dig deeper? And it's because of this number. Not because of this number specifically, but because this number doesn't instrument a decision. When we think about our role as analysts or data people within an organization, we are decision helpers. We help other people make decisions using data. There are other people that help make decisions in the business, like C-level. They help people make decisions using strategy or politics, right? There are other things that can help make decisions in a business. But this number right here, when we think about this in the context of a decision, when we think about this number in the context of a decision, we know that we basically cannot do anything with this number. Hi, Halifax. Or making up words like solutioning. Exactly. Solutioning or other business terms. When you go to someone and you say, or when you say, I had a question. My question was, how many trips did our bikes make last year? And the answer is 53,981. Nobody can do anything yet with that information. There's no framing. There's no context. There's no challenge. There's no progress. There's no decision to be made. It's just informational. You might as well have told me how many times you went to the bathroom last week. There's nothing you can do with that piece of information on its own. So we know that we haven't reached the root yet of this question. So we need to go deeper. And that is why the 5 framework exists. So this is why number 1. So 1 why. So if we go deeper and ask ourselves a question, how do we continue down this this why chain? Why do we want to know how many trips our bikes made last year? Well, if we understand how many trips, then we could better plan where bikes are stationed. So our question becomes, how were trips divided across different stations? And you'll notice I'm not asking a question that has a yes or no answer. I'm asking a question that is open-ended. In order to answer this question, you would need to provide a more intricate analysis. Is this making sense so far? Because if it's not making sense, then you should say, stop, please, Maddie. Stop going off on a tangent. And tell us more about how you got to this question. Because maybe making the jump from this to this was already too difficult. I don't know. But for me, this is second nature now, because I've been doing this for so long. So sometimes I might be going too fast. So if I'm going too quickly, then please say something. Now, again, here you could exit from this process. If we take this analogy from before. Oh no, that's not what I want. No, it's not what I wanted. No. Wait. This is not good. No. No, chat. No, this is not what I want. I changed the background color and I did not want to do that. No. Something darker. Something with more contrast. How come the color I had is no longer in here? That's very unfortunate. Okay. Sorry for blinding all of you. And I know that this is not pretty, which is weird because I actually have a color palette. Here. This is actually the color that I should be using for the background. Yeah, that one. All right. So no one has said it's too fast, so that's good. So you could exit again here. You could exit again, right? And you could say, how many trips did our... Oh no, I already rewrote this. How were trips divided across our different stations? You could already exit from here and provide an answer like the top 3 stations had X% of all trips made, for example. So you could already provide some kind of number here saying, okay, the top 3 stations had this. This is about 13 million lumens. Okay, so that's around the right amount, I would say then. You could provide something like, I don't know, I don't know. It could be like 17 bicycles. 17 bikes made the most trips and were X% of all rides. I don't know. There could be so many things that you get from here, right? And this actually might be enough. This might be enough for your outcome. This might be enough for your decision you want to make. Hi, Limonad Chick and Exegete and Fafin. Hello. Oh no, Fafin, what have you done? Vision trouble.
Why?
Oh no.
Why?
My eyes.
Why?
My eyes. Fafin. Fafin. Why? Why have you done this? The shenanigans begin. The shenanigans have begun, chat. This is why when things are live, you cannot plan on things going how you thought they would go. You cannot, you have to account for the fact that chat is going to try and derail you. That is chat's objective. Okay? Chat is trying to stop you from doing the thing that you want to do. That's the point. That is chat's purpose. When I ask chat, what is your purpose? They say, I am a disruption. But I enjoy it. Of course I enjoy it. Yes, enhance, so you can see my googly eyes even better. So you could say, this is sufficient. But then you have to ask yourself, what is the decision we are instrumenting? Did we go deep enough down the Y frame? Did we go deep enough down the Y trip, let's say, path? Did we go far enough down to say, yes, for what we want to do, for the decision that we want to make, this level of information would be enough? Most probably it's not. Most probably 2 levels of Y is not sufficient. Most probably we need to go to the 3rd Y. Now, why do we want to know how trips were divided into different substations? We need to change music tracks, chat, because this is not working. This is not working for me, chat. Chaos is order. How are you today, Fafin? It's very good to see you again. And Exegete, it's very good to see you. Hi, Owen. Welcome in. So many old friends. So many old friends, so many new friends. It's very, very great to see all of you. Thank you for sending good vibes as well, Fafin.
Why?
Very,
Why?
very appreciated.
Why?
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 Why indeed?
Why?
So, 3rd level of Y. How many trips did our bike make last year? Easy. How were trips divided across our different stations? Okay, fine. But why do we want to know that? If it's about planning our capacity, then we need to understand deeper, we need to understand more deeply how, or we could formulate the question differently. We don't always have to use how. We could say something like, which bikes suffered from largest capacity swings when accounting for different rental periods and stations? I know you can't read this, and neither can I, chat. Just for your information. So, this question, very good to hear you're doing well, Fafin. This question would be much more complicated to answer. This would be a lot more detailed work about figuring out, how do bikes get rented? Do you fulfill the bike's capacity? What is the maximum capacity of the bicycle rental? Can people rent a bike for 24 hours a day? Or are there maintenance periods? All of those things are contained within this research question. These are what I call research questions. They are not the definitive questions that you may be answering ultimately, but these are research questions that guide you down the path of deciding how to do the analysis. And friends, everybody who's watching right now, or whether you're watching this later on Twitch, this is the single most important step of your entire analysis work. I can promise you that this is more important, this step of working out the why and working out the reasons why you're looking at this data set precisely to instrument what kind of decision, what kind of outcome, that is the single most important part of the analysis. It is more important than the data itself that comes out of it. It is more important than data cleaning. It is more important than the communication afterwards of the results to your stakeholders. I can promise you. This is the biggest part, and this is why you should take a sufficient amount of time here to do this. Do this exercise, whether it's your own initiative, like whether it's your questions coming from you, like the research question is from your initiative, as someone mentioned earlier in chat, or whether it is from the business, from stakeholders. Now, to the question of whether ChatGPT can automate this part, does ChatGPT know about your business? No. Does ChatGPT know what is important to you for your business? No. Does ChatGPT understand how your business operates? No. So the answer, can ChatGPT do this for you? No. It can't. No one can replace this. You need to do this work, and this is the work of the analyst, and this is why we exist. Very good for me that you explained this today. I just picked a project for my database. I took one of your suggestions. Oh, Quesnock, I'm very happy to hear. Which suggestion did you go with in the end? Do you think about these questions before looking at any of the data in the dataset? Neme, that's a good point. Let me think about that, Neme. So, I don't think it's harmful to look at the data beforehand. In the case of a one-time project where you don't know the data at all, it certainly makes sense to have a discovery time. So you need to understand, if you have this frame here, I would say you need to have discovery time. I would say that you need to know that, because you need to know what fields are available to you. You would need to know, do you have, for example, is the data available to you about the duration of the rental? Do you have the rental duration? Because if you don't have the rental duration, then maybe you cannot answer a particular question that you have, which can instrument a particular type of outcome that you want to achieve. Like, for example, if you said, the outcome I want to achieve is I want to reduce my bicycle inventory because maintenance is too expensive. I want to take bikes out of inventory. I want to reduce the inventory load. Then, well, you would have to figure out what factors do you need to figure out in order to do that. And that's why you go through this why framework. Donkey Teeth, hi, welcome to the stream. Is there a place to see project suggestions? I'm in the process of trying to transition from classes to resume projects, and I'm trying to find a jumping off point. So I do not have a public backlog of project suggestions. Of course, you're always welcome to join our Discord server. I share a Discord community with The Claw, that is my stream team here on Twitch. I believe there's probably 2 or 3 other members of The Claw streaming right now, actually. You can 100% come into Discord and we can discuss different project suggestions. I think any data set can basically work because you're kind of looking at the process rather than the actual data itself. The actual data itself is kind of secondary in the context of you. If you're trying to transition from theory to practice, then I don't think you're really concerned about whether the data is realistic or not as much as trying to hone your skills, trying to figure out how do I approach these problems, right? Data should inform analysis as it is gathered too, if I'm understanding the question. Yes, of course, Fafin. In the ideal scenario, when you have an outcome you want to achieve, you're going to try and factor that into the data collection process. So if bike maintenance is a major cost point for your company, if you are this company operating bikes in San Francisco, you're going to think about that when doing the data collection. You're going to say, hey, we need to collect maintenance information about the bicycle. We need to connect, I don't know, maybe it's an e-bike. We need to collect information about the battery. We need to collect information about service intervals. All those kinds of metadata or information about bicycles you might need to have if maintenance is a very big important factor for you. Ride data is kind of a given that you're going to capture the ride data. But are you going to capture to and from as a geofenced area, like maybe just like a city block, or are you going to actually do the precise GPS location? Like, there are considerations in the data collection process too, of course. But today we're really just talking about the analysis part. I took the one considering tech layoffs because of its currentness. Yeah, that's very true, Quesnock. Yeah. There's a great website that's tracking a lot of the layoffs. I think it's called layoffs.fyi. You're welcome, Donkey Teeth, of course. If you ask a question, then we will try to take the time to answer it. When we have a stream with 30 to 50 people in it, it's definitely possible to answer questions, which is nice, which is the nice part of live streaming. I always assume that as horrifying as all the data and telemetry logs by vendors is, nobody really knows what will be important when they start. It is hard. It is hard to decide. It is kind of hard to decide in the beginning what is going to be relevant or not. Like, should you just track everything in the beginning because it might be important later? It's hard. You need to talk with the people within your business. You need to say, in the case of a bike share company, you probably want to talk to the people on the ground. Talk to the workforce that actually goes around repairing the bicycles and taking care of them, and say, what things are important to you? What information do you need to do your job, right? That's definitely the case. How easy or difficult is it to not be strongly influenced by prior opinions before doing the analysis? Ooh, that's a that's a doozy of a question. It is extremely difficult to not bring any bias whatsoever into an analysis because humans are full of bias. There are so many different fallacies and cognitive traps that we set for ourselves, both consciously and unconsciously. And so it is almost impossible to avoid bias. What I would say is that in order to help you get over those bias, or try to not be influenced by them, you should definitely share your insights and process as transparently as possible with others. And on top of that, you should also try to come back to your own work later. So not only just do the thing in one shot and then, send it out, but really try to review your own work later to get perspective on what you did. Because reviewing it in the after, like in post analysis, gives you more perspective usually. So that's just one tip I would say about that. So we have arrived at the first break. We've arrived at the first break. Fortunately for all of you, we are going to go into the break, and then we are going to have our first quiz part. We're going to have our first quiz where we can interact with each other a little bit more and see a little bit more detail about what's going on in your heads, chat. Because I would love to know sometimes what's going on in your heads. Can I hit you up on Discord about the page? I already got a set of 490 companies. Oh, that's a lot. It would be nice to have more related data. Yeah, of course, Quiznock. Yeah, join the Discord and let's chat about that. We can definitely chat about it. You can make a post in our Discord server. I think there's a great post, there's 2 discussion forums, I believe. So yeah, definitely come join us. In the meantime, you're going to see 2 things when I go BRB. You may see...
What is this? It's Microsoft Excel.
You may see a lot of memes. Hi, Fractal. You may see a lot of memes, but you will see clips of me from previous streams. You may also see ads, depending on your subscription state. But you will also see our bunny cam. We have 2 bunny rabbits, and you should hopefully see them on cam. There's no guarantee, of course, but there should be, there should be the 2 of them running around having fun. So we will see each other in 3 minutes. We're just running some ads. You're not going to miss any content. So thank you very much for the follow, Seb Sva, and we will see each other in a few minutes. Get some water, take a break.
Play your actual clip instead of a clip, and a clap. And then
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Okay.
Why?
And Panther stole my stream title. So you should be clipping this because actually the truth is I didn't steal White Panther's stream title. I set the stream title way earlier today and Panther stole it from me. And you can check in this and you can check in the stream API if you want to confirm with that. But I set my stream title before Panther went live. So Who's the real title thief? Who's the real title thief? Upgrade your workspace plan to export this site. Wait, so I can't... Really? I need to upgrade? No! Really? Wow, that was a short stream. A streaming service called Mubert. But if I wanted to add another music service, I could just add that here as an audio input capture or as a browser source. And everywhere where my audio is already included, like here, for example, or on this scene, on every scene where my music is included, I wouldn't need to change a single thing. It would automatically be included. And that's the power of doing it that way versus adding the scenes directly. Unfortunately, a lot of people focus a lot on the aesthetics of the stream. Go watch any of the top 20 streamers. Their overlays are absolute garbage. XQC doesn't even have overlays. It's like side-facing webcam. I mean, come on. It's because they command an audience in their own way, right? They are emitting something that is interesting for certain audiences. So it isn't about the wrapping. If you want to take a present analogy, because it's Christmas time soon. It's not about the wrapping, it's about what's inside the box. And today is a gift, that's why it's called the present. 26 ways that you can earn passive income in 2023, and then 25 of them require you to have $250,000 from your dad who gifted it to you when you were 16 and you decided to put it into some pension fund, and then you have like $250,000 to spend on real estate, and whoop-de-doo, now you can earn passive income from your real estate. But you needed the freaking $250,000 in the first place to actually make passive income. So it's like... my passive income rant. R4T and Seb, thank you very much for the follows. I think I missed both of those before. Welcome back, and I hope that you are all enjoying yourselves and that you took a short break as well while we were away. I just pinned that because Fafin's comment is great. Bias is unavoidable. That's one reason why diversity in teams is so helpful as an overarching principle, and why collaboration is so helpful in overcoming them and improving you or your team's analysis or work in general. I think it is very important. So yes, and Fractal, you do seem to have a knack for triggering memes without intending to. Yeah, so it's quite entertaining, actually. Quite entertaining. Sorry for the delay, I had to clean up the code a bit, but now... PR submitted! That's very exciting, Jay Walter. I'm going to take a look after stream tomorrow, on the weekend. What is the strategy if you're going to do analysis on data from a, to you, new domain? Like if you were going from finance to medical? That's a great question, Neme. I think the strategy... So in order to have the best possible outcome in this situation, I would say that you should focus on, if you don't know the domain, if you're not familiar with the business domain, you should definitely focus on the data side, purely on the data side, and not focus on the business or the industry side. And you should work with people within your business or within that industry. So they could be the client of yours, they could be colleagues, could be friends, whatever. to try and get the other side of that equation. Because it's a little bit like, for me, changing from working for a fintech. Now, the last couple of years I worked for fintechs, and now I'm working for a health tech company, and I don't know much about health, right? So basically you have to become, as Fractal says, you have to become very close to business analysts or product managers within the business who really understand the business side of things, of how ultimately the business is structured and how the industry works. But don't forget why you are doing this. Don't forget the why. The ultimate why always comes back to money. It always comes back to money. It always comes back to money. No matter what, it will always be for some financial reason. And so, with that in mind, very intense track. With that in mind, you need to always consider, are you instrumenting something that can have some kind of financial gain? You're welcome, Neme, of course. And let me know if I should address you differently. I've been saying Neme, but I'm not sure if that's correct. If the H is silent, right? Because it could be that the H is not silent in your name, in which case it's Neheme. But I don't know if that's the case. J. Walter, you're not going to land on that one either. Wow, the bot really has it out for you today. So, it's time. It's time for the first part. The first quiz. Chat. Get out your mobile phones or open up a tab on your computer and navigate to menti.com and use the code that you see on your screen to join the first of 3 little mini quizzes. Oh, 99.77. Wow. Vinny, that is awfully close to 100, but not quite 100. Awfully close to 100. That is very close. Sometimes I say it is not silent just to listen to people try and pronounce it without the silent H. Shame on you. Shame on you, Neme. All right, we've got the thumbs going. I want to see 10 thumbs here. I want to see 10 thumbs here. I've got 7 thumbs in chat. I've got 7 thumbs. I want to see 10 thumbs, and then we will continue. 8 thumbs. 2 more. 2 more thumbs, and we will start the first section of quizzes. Ruben, thank you very much for the follow. Would you like to join in the quiz? It is not a difficult quiz, I promise you. It is very simple. Oh, there we go. We've hit 10. Here we go. First quiz question. Chat is... I said there would be homework. This is your homework. What is your job title? Chat, tell us about your job title. What the heck is a handlegger? Production planner. Research and dev analyst. Oh, here we go. It's a word cloud. Here we go. I have to close this. Production planner, Airbnb property manager, research and dev analyst, engine nerd. It keeps moving them around. Space marine. Who of you is a space marine? Yost is a technical integration manager. Fafin, what do you do for work? Information analyst. We have 9 answers. That's fantastic. This is so interesting. Very interesting. Space Force. 10 answers. Oh, there's 10 of you here. Look at that. Outreach consultant. Airbnb property manager. Fascinating. Wait, answer's not in chat. No, Yost, you have to join. Handlegare. Sounds like a beer cozy. Yeah, like a hand ligare. Exactly. Someone in chat is a beer cozy. All right, so that's great. It's great to see huge spread. No problem, Yos. It's a huge spread. We have everything from full stack engineer to Airbnb property manager in chat today. That's super exciting. And that shows the diversity of Twitch, right? That shows everything. Hand legare is my public working title. You're on disability, but I guess sysadmin is what you try to do. Fair enough. Of course, you can always share in chat if you don't want to do it in here. But here we go. There's a quiz. There's a quiz. I know that there's 10 people hanging out. 8 people already. I'm going to press enter to start the quiz. You will have, I believe, 90 seconds. No problem, Fractal. If you want to join on the quiz, I'll give you a few seconds to join if you'd like to join up on the quiz. There are right and wrong answers. Let's put it that way. There are right and wrong answers. All right, here we go. I will start in 5 seconds. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9 players ready. Here we go. What is the best type of join? You have 90 seconds to answer this question. If you've been on this stream before, you know that this question is highly political and very, very controversial. So I urge you to very carefully vote in this question. Vote carefully, my friends. If everyone has voted... Oh! Here we go. Oh my god. 5 people said left joined. And everybody else said the other ones. This is a little bit of a joke because the premise is that why would we use a right join? What is the reason in having a right join when we have left join? We do not need right join. Right join does not need to exist. Of course, the real answer is it depends. So this was a bit of a joke question. But we can have a real quiz question. What is most important as an analyst? The right join for the right job, exactly. What is most important as an analyst? In your opinion, I would like you to order these items. Order them in order of importance, and I'm curious to hear what you think is important. We will see. There are 10 people answering this survey. You asked this question during interviews, Fractal. Very interesting. I don't believe that this question has a correct answer. But there is certainly something here that I believe is not important. We right join sometimes to line up consulting works to fix things up later. We have 7 votes in so far. You had 5 interviews today, Fractal. Oh my gosh. The correct answer is, again, it depends. So, most of you have nailed it. Most of you have nailed it. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. This thing in top position here that all of you have said is the most important thing. I agree that this is the most important thing. If you don't understand why you are doing something, your analysis will be worthless. It will not produce something of value. It will not produce something that people can actually use to do something meaningful with. And so for that reason, Grigo, thank you very much for the follow. For that reason, I think this is correct. I think this item here in first place, I think that's very important.
What is this? It's
And what I
Microsoft
also
Excel.
think is that this item here in 5th position, learning SQL functions by heart, is not important anymore. It used to be in the era of when the internet was a very difficult place to navigate and the information was very hard to find. Then yes, learning SQL functions by heart was somewhat important. But today, where ChatGPT and Google are as prevalent as ever, there is no reason to learn SQL functions by heart anymore. So I hope you enjoyed the first of 3 quiz sections today. Hi, Forex. The question is whether to deliver what the boss says or what he needs. That's very true. Could also be a she. He or she needs. I would say being able to do good validation is also super critical. Yes, having perfectly clean data is important, but how do you get there? That's the real question. How do you get to there? Is there another question? Oh, I maybe forgot. Did I put a bonus question in here? I might have put a bonus question in here. I might have put a bonus question in here. What is this? I forgot how long this one. Oh, yes, of course. I forgot about this. You just received a data set. What do you do first? What is the first thing that you do? I think I added this very late yesterday, and I don't remember that I added it. So 90 seconds to tell us what you do with it. I did put SQL at last place, but what I would wager is that people having domain knowledge and being decision makers, knowing some SQL would be of immense benefit to them. That's a very interesting approach, Neme. I actually believe that teaching business people SQL is not the right approach at all. We could go off on like a 90-minute talk about just that. But what it boils down to is we do not teach designers to write front-end code. We don't teach designers how to program. We teach them about technical principles. So I think the best thing that we could do is teaching business people how to ask better questions. That is, I think, the biggest thing that we could do in order to do that. So, you just received a data set. What do you do first? Make coffee. Start asking questions. Cafe. The 5 whys. Call my friend Maddie Two Shoes. Ask questions and set goals for the data. Data discovery. Try and understand it. Why? Analyze and clean data. So I put an answer here. I just had to put something in so that you could put your submissions in. These don't necessarily mean that all of your submissions are wrong. I just wanted to see what the breadth was. But fundamentally, I agree with you that we should probably look at cleaning up the data and thinking about why we're doing this. Drop. But it's a simple query language. The syntax of SQL should help them ask better questions. I don't know, Fafin, if it will do that. My experience has been different. I don't know if teaching people to write SQL is the right approach. That is my approach, because I think that they need to be able to ask better questions first. So, that is the end. So officially, that is the end of this quiz. You can close that window now. You can close that on your phone. The second and third parts will be a separate code. It will be a completely different code. So don't worry about that. So we're going to put that away. And we're going to come back to our data set. For me, it is okay for the manager to know SQL, but they must ready tables with simple data. Yeah, but that comes down to then there being basically 2 streams of analytics. Basically what it comes down to is that there are 2 streams to analytics, right? Stream A, what background is this? Which I call ops. Ops means this is stuff that you need to know 24/7. This is information that everybody needs at their disposal 24/7. Typically in here, you've got like these KPI stuff that people have for monitoring, etc. The B portion, however, is where the magic really happens. Okay? This is 20% of your time. This is 80% of your time. Roughly, right? Just rough. Stupid iPad. What's happening with your iPad, Exegete? This is the exploratory part. This is what we are talking about today. This is what we are talking about today. And I don't believe that oh wow, feet. Very nice. How did feet get on my stream? Those aren't my feet, by the way, just so that's clear. These are not my feet, okay? I don't believe that exploratory is important for people outside of the data team, strictly speaking, to understand how to write SQL. Because their core job is to ask good questions. Hi, Ian. Oh, Ian, congratulations on being not first, by the way. And now we have a hand. What's it pointing at? What's it pointing at? What's there? I don't know what's there, chat. Bit strange. It is unfortunately not Giveaway Friday, but it is a sponsored stream. And actually, I would like to extend a huge thank you at this point. Ben, thank you very much for the follow. One of our bunnies is named Ben. I would like to again thank the OA Club. I am a data champion, part of their data champion program. And I would like to thank them once again for supporting me in doing this type of thing on stream, because it's a lot of fun. It's great that brands want to support me doing that. If you are interested in working with me, there's a little website, a little page that I have that I can send you. Just go to my website and you'll see there's a little page there that we can work together. So if you'd like to do that. But anyway, it's a listless hand, like listless. The idea would be for the manager to get clean, unified data and not need raw data, so some aggregation is welcome. Yeah, so that's definitely ops. Yeah, definitely ops. Hi, Nathnold. That finger image made me think of pointerpointer.com. I don't even know what pointerpointer.com is. I love the idea of upskilling non-technical folks to be able to use SQL, but I have tried firsthand and been completely unsuccessful. I do not believe that it can be successful today. That is my current opinion. It may change, but I do not think it can be successful. So we apparently all kind of believe that we need to understand why we are doing something. So the why for me today is very simple. I'm going to break this down into one. So after we go through like the 5 whys, you get down to this eventually. It may take you more than 5, but eventually you get to one. And in my case, today, by teaching data analysis skills as part of a live project, others can help their businesses and personal projects be more successful.
Powerful reason for insisting on Intel Inside.
So if you wanted to ask me today about my why, then this is my why today. We tried making queries for them and showing them how to comment, uncomment, to add filters, and they couldn't even do that. You can probably figure it out with ChatGPT. No. We can't, because ChatGPT doesn't understand your business. You can feed ChatGPT a lot of things about your business, but not everything. Not the really ingrained knowledge. I'm only in this world for sex and continuation of humanity. 4x, that's a great reason to be alive. Hey, why not? But yes, company data in ChatGPT is a big problem because it is public. So if you have your own private instance of a generative AI doing that stuff for you, that's another thing altogether. All right, so we will get rid of the hype music, the epic music, and we're gonna go for some drum and bass now, and we're gonna get into the first part of our data analysis project. 1 hour into stream. This is kind of how it goes. Again, you can catch this video on Twitch for 14 days, or you can find the VOD on YouTube after 13 days, 14 days. Time zones, whatever, time zones are difficult. So you do not need to stay for the whole stream. Of course, it is great if you can stay here and interact and have fun with us. But if you have other commitments, then please go. I don't want you like giving up your Friday afternoon or your Friday evening or your Saturday morning to be here. You can watch this later, okay? So this is my why. Everything that I do today supports this reason. All of these things are illustrative. They are just for examples, okay? What we're actually aiming today is we are aiming for teaching. We are aiming for enabling all of you, which by its very definition means ask questions. Ask whatever you want to know. But the first thing we need to do is we need to explore the data set. We need to understand what data we have available to us. And for that, this is how it works. Count allows you, so I have count here if you want to know. Count allows you to create these cells, and cells can be interlinked together, and we can write SQL or Python within these cells. I'm going to be using SQL today. So I've done a select star from the dataset. If you would like the dataset, by the way, it is a public dataset. You can go get it. It's on BigQuery. So I've connected count to my to the BigQuery public dataset, and now I'm a way to go. I can actually explore the dataset. So if I just want to see what fields we have, this is my instance, so I can't do it that way. We can just go through the fields here quickly. Is it from Kaggle? No, so it's a BigQuery public dataset. I don't think it's originally from Kaggle. It might also be on Kaggle, but you can also get it from here. So we have trip ID, duration. So trip ID is obviously, this data set is basically about trips with a bicycle. So for each row, we have a trip ID. We have a duration of the trip. What is the goal? Teaching people SQL. The goal is to teach people the goal is to teach people how to go from numbers, which is just whatever you can get, to actual knowledge, to outcomes, to actually affecting a decision. And so my goal today is to teach you, to show you how to do that. Not just tell you how to do it, but actually show it. Can you show how to connect to the dataset? In this particular case, not really, no. Because it doesn't really make sense for me to show that, Neme, because it's particular to how it's set up in Count. So you need to create a service account for BigQuery, and then you would download that service account JSON file, and then you would upload that into Count. But depending on what tool you're using, it's a different process. So it doesn't really make much sense for me to do that. Break it down into sub goals. Yeah, we kind of did that, Nath. So basically, we would have research questions. And so in order to get to those research questions, we have to understand what kind of outcome we want to affect. Obviously, this isn't our business, but we can understand what kind of outcome we want to affect. And one of the things I'm looking at is our pool of bicycles. Like understanding which bikes are being used in what way would allow us to plan a little bit better about how to actually how many bicycles to have, right? So let's explore the data first and decide if it is in a state that we can use, because that is, even though we have an outcome, even though we have an idea of what we want to achieve, we still have to understand the data. We still have to know what we have, right? So we have trip ID, we have a duration of the trip. This is in seconds. We have a start date, which is when the trip was started. We have a start station name and a station ID. We have an end date. Actually, this is a timestamp, by the way, not a date. We have an end station name with its ID. We have the bike number, which is effectively an ID for the bicycle. A zip code, a subscriber type, a subscription type, a station latitude longitude, which is sometimes available, sometimes not. We have birth year, gender, bike share for all trips, start station geom, and end station geom. These are actually geometric fields. Right, sure, but you do that using a programming language. If someone does not understand the language, that could be a sub-goal. Sure, I mean, obviously part of the exploration today is going to be in SQL, right? So it's people here today are going to be seeing some SQL, but the power of using this particular tool with count is that you actually don't need to write a lot of SQL necessarily. But yeah, depending on which tool you use, you could do this in Python here too if you wanted to do it in Python, right? You could just as well make a Python frame and write Python in order to work with the data. Now, I don't really write Python, so it's not for me. But I understand your point, Nath, for sure. Definitely. So one of the first things to do when looking at a data set is understanding which of these columns, which of these fields are useful to us and which are not. We already identified some that we can see just from a glance at the data from this perspective here, just from the few couple rows that we see. We can already see that some of them are null. So the first thing we need to do is identify which fields are null and are those useful to us for our analysis, right? Because they could be null, but maybe we don't need them. Like station longitude, latitude. Do we care about those? I don't think we really care about those. But what about, for example, this subscriber type field, right? What about subscriber type? That's something I would want to explore more. So what we'll do is we're going to make another cell. I'm going to keep that data the way that it is, okay? Sorry, that's the wrong one. I always do the wrong thing. I'm going to keep that the way that it is. I'm going to do the field that I want, which is subscriber type. Subscriber type. And I'm going to do a distinct. Distinct tells me which values we have. Just upload it to Azure, ask MS Fabric, and it returns what I want. I haven't tried Fabric yet. So we have three values: non, subscriber, and customer. Okay, so now what we can do is we can do a little count to determine how many of each we have. So we have 983,000 NANs, 788,000 subscribers, and 175,000 customer. I don't know what the difference between these two fields is, by the way. And this is one of the first problems of the dataset. We received a dataset, but we don't understand something within the dataset. Subscriber type, right? Or C subscription type, okay? We don't understand the data. So what are we going to do with it? We're not going to use it. It's that simple. We can't use this if we don't understand it. So we discard it. Lack of business logic is the major pitfall. Yes, Fractal. So someone might have a dataset but not the knowledge of all the things they could do with the dataset. Yeah, so that's why Nath, we would kind of work together, right? We would work together to say, okay, what decision are you trying to instrument today? What is like the thing you're trying to achieve, right? For my intent and purpose today, I'm trying to show you how to get to the end of this analysis so that there's some decision to be made. So whatever I do today, it doesn't really matter, because as long as I'm going towards that end goal of instrumenting some type of decision, it doesn't matter which thing I'm going to look at in particular. I've already said, like, in advance that the thing that I'm sort of looking at is how a bicycle is being used. That's kind of the thing I'm kind of curious about, but the analysis might go in a different direction. So we know that subscriber type is not going to be so useful to us, which is fine, because we also don't have subscription available. Like, we don't have subscription information about each individual anyway. Do I care about station latitude, longitude? Like, do we have some kind of important factor about location between stations? Currently, not in my opinion. So yes, there may be some calculation to be made for distance there, but that's also just from a time perspective today. I think we're going to take that out. So the only other thing I looked at is this bike share for all trip. I don't know what that means. So let's take a look at what type of stuff we have there. We can just replace this bike share for all trip. Let's see what kind of values. So we have a null value, a no value, or a yes value. And you can see that most of the rows are actually null values. 1.5 million, which is quite a lot. Also, I don't know what this means. So maybe what we could do, we could check if there's some documentation in the source. We could take a look. They might have documented in the source about what this actually means. Type datasets, terms of service, samples, no. Dataset source. Hold on. There's a link to the source. No, that just goes to Ford.com. FordGoBike.com system data. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Maybe a good time for a quick note about documentation. Indeed, Fractal. In your business, if you don't know what this means... Sorry, that's not the right place. If you don't know what this column means, how can you use it? How can I use this now in an analysis if I don't understand the meaning of it? So this is a very big problem for us. We can't use this because we don't know what it means. So I can't affect a decision or some kind of outcome with it because I don't know what it means. The business logic bit, I always found it wild how many business processes aren't translated into a technical process or in similar terms. Is that what you mean by business logic? So this field somehow denotes something to do with the trip and something to do with the bike share. So we have two components here. We have the trip and the bike share. Right? But we don't know in what relation they are to each other in this particular field. We don't know if this is about they took the entire trip and then looked at whether the ride was done between one or more bicycles. I don't know. Like, I don't understand. Maybe there were two riders. Like, we don't know anything about the context of this field. So I think what Fractal is getting at is that if you make a decision and say, okay, for each trip, and if a trip is being done in these blocks, okay, these are like trips, let's say. And then for each trip, we have a vehicle, these bicycles. And we decide, okay, if a bicycle is used within one trip repeatedly, so like stop and go or something, then we are going to make a field called
What
bike.
is this?
It's Microsoft Excel.
It's not, it's actually an iPad. Bike share, blah, blah, blah. Like, basically, you would have to document this process. Business logic can also be something like the business, like sales, for example, applies to the data that is not in the data set. Like sales might keep a spreadsheet that tells them how to categorize sales that they use to apply to data. Yeah, That's very true. You always trigger the memes, Fractal, and that's totally fine. Triggering the memes is part of the discussion at this point. But basically, that's kind of what we're getting at, Fafin. That's kind of what we're getting at. I lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? Hello? There's my mouse. Okay. So yeah. So basically, we can't use this field because it's not clear what it means. It's not clear what it means. So those are two fields that we're already not going to use. One thing I would love to do is also just understand how many rows is this data set? Oh, we don't need to group by. So what we could do here, this count, select count, right? This is typically done in a SQL command. You could also do this without doing any code whatsoever, actually. You could just go here and then change this to big number and then trip ID. That didn't work so well. I want to switch to a template. Why is this not... Ah, here we go. Yep. So I can do the same thing with just a visual as well. We had a business logic type where the discount never got added in its own field, so the value was just entered and you had no idea if the value was after any discount. Exactly, Neme. That's a great example of a price field that you don't know if it contains a discount or not. Exactly. Exactly. That's a great example. I've had that exact same example before, Neme. So yeah, so we know actually, now we can title this number of rows. And what's cool about that, I should change the color of the connection because it's doing weird stuff. Hold on. Can I change that color? I don't know if I can change that color. Maybe not. So I don't need to have a select count thing. I can just have this here, so I know. I've worked with really well done inventory systems and really poor ones that sound like both your examples. So one of the first things we need to figure out is let's pivot this data set to another perspective. Right now we have the perspective of trips. But in order to do some more analysis about the bicycles themselves, we need to pivot this data set to the bicycles. And so we have this bike number. So if we take the bike number like this, okay? So we select the bike number. And then we have to figure out what is the other pieces of information. What are the other pieces of information that belong to the bike number? Well, we have these, if we go from left to right, just very simply, we have the trip ID. So if we do count, I'm going to write everything lowercase actually. If we do count of trip ID, then we actually just have a number of trips field. We're going to need to add a group by here. And we're going to need to, I don't know, let's just order by the first one as well. So if we already execute this now, we already have a thing here with all the different bicycles. How many bicycles do we have? Well, we can just copy this. And instead of taking the, where is that? Measure values. Bike number. Count. That's not correct. Oh, yes, it is. Count distinct, sorry. So here we go. We have 3,952 bicycles. So we could call this number of bikes. I'm sorry that this is black. The text above here, you actually don't see it. I would need to make this background white. Like this maybe? Or pink? Let's go with pink. Why not? Just funnier that way. Okay, so we have 3,952 bikes and 1.9 million rows of data. Wait, Twitch says this is sponsored branded content. Was that a blip error or does it count your product as branded? It is actually a sponsored stream. Courtesy of the Operational Analytics Club, Faffin. So yes, it is actually a sponsored stream. This stream is supported by the Operational Analytics Club. They're very kind. I am a data champion as part of their data champions program. There's 10 of us who are in the community there and basically create content as part of the community. And this is a stream that's supported by them. So let's call this bikes info. So we have a number of trips. Then we have this duration. We can do lots of things with the duration. We could do a min duration as, so I'm just gonna leave that out, min duration. I'm gonna write very fast and efficient SQL today that isn't necessarily very pretty or easy to understand for someone else. Like I'm omitting like as keywords, I'm writing everything lowercase. Please don't write SQL like that in production normally. Thank you, Faffin. So we have min duration. Let's call it trip duration. Min trip duration. Then we have, can everyone read this okay? I can go in a bit closer if you like. We have the average duration. Average trip duration. And then we have the max duration, for example. There are other things too, right? We could like make quartiles or whatever. But for the moment, we're just going to have some stats around that. Right? So we already have some information here about trip lengths. Again, these are in seconds. Maybe I should add that too, so we don't forget. Because we probably will forget. Okay, so then we have start date. This becomes very interesting to think about. Do we want to normalize? What does normalize mean? Well, normalizing would mean instead of having every single minute of every single trip, we will roll up this particular date to some larger time window. So for example, we would say, what's the first trip date? Or what was the earliest trip by hour of day? Or, you know, there's a lot of different ways that we could change this, right? Does there exist any official best practices SQL formatting thing, or is it just SQL for himself? Neme, so let me tell you a little bit about this. There are a ton of resources around SQL formatting and linting. Basically, what it comes down to is sticking to a standard. There isn't like a universal standard that everyone has to do, but basically it comes down to developing a guide for you and the business and everyone agreeing on that guide and then sticking to that guide. That is the most, I would say that's the most important thing. Thank you for the link, Fractal. The number one rule of SQL is to change all joins to right joins. Panda, you missed the quiz. You missed the first part of the quiz. Very unfortunate. So, are we going to normalize the start date? I think that we will. Capital letters for keywords or go home. Yes, I'm writing everything lowercase today just to piss Yoast off. So yeah, so don't worry, there'll be more quizzes, Panda. Also good to see you, Panda. Thank you for coming back. It's great to see so many old faces returning to stream, but also so many new people. It's very nice. So we're going to normalize the start date. How are we going to normalize the start date? Well, we are going to say, if we do min start date, okay, then we call this first trip date. Actually, I'm going to call it TS because it's a timestamp. You're not that old. That's true, Panda. I'm going to call this TS because it's actually a timestamp. Select what about clams? So the website I'm currently using, DF, is called Count. You can actually use it for free. So this is the first trip date, okay? Then I'm going to go max start date. And I should call this first trip start. And I'm going to call this last trip start TS. The reason why I have chosen... Excuse me, what? The reason why I have chosen to do min and max of the start time is because when we compute the duration of the trip, we need to understand when the trips started and ended. So for this bike number 9, the first trip started in 29th of August, 2013, and the last trip started on 21st of August, 2016. So remember that. The end time or end date is not so relevant for me because if we validate this, 10/13, this is the same day. So for this particular trip, this is the same day. 1907, that's 5 minutes. 5 times 60 is 300 seconds. So we can see that 255 seconds, so it's basically rounded. It's basically rounded off the start and end dates by time, by minute probably. So while it's not super accurate with end date, because we have the duration and because we have the start date, we can always do it 100% precisely. Yeah, so it's totally good. Now, the problem we run into when we normalize is with the stations. Because the bikes, we don't know which station they're coming from and going to each time unless we look at each individual trip. So actually we could just look at the number of unique stations per bicycle for start. So we could basically look at count distinct station ID. Start station ID? Is it start station ID? And then we will do a count distinct of end station ID, number of end stations. Now what's interesting about this is what if a bicycle often goes from one station to another? I'm actually curious about this. These should be roughly equal, right? Unless they're making trips back to the same station. Interesting. Some of them are equal, but some are not. I wonder what that's about. That's interesting. So this is the classic example. Now we've discovered something, right? We've been sort of tidying up the data, normalizing the data, pivoting it to another perspective, right? And now we've discovered something interesting. This is a very pivotal moment. It's at this moment in time that you need to understand that you can take a decision. You can either continue along this path that you were going. You can say, okay, I want to continue normalizing the data set. I want to continue with more information from this raw data. Or I can depart on this tangent to try and dig deeper into this particular thing. Now, thank you, Fractal. There are both up and downsides to both of those things. So I think that's fine. I think that's actually okay. So in a way, now we have a summary data set of bicycles. So we have a bikes, let's call it summary. So now we have this beautiful bike summary data set. We basically have in here, we have a bike number, we have number of trips, we have the minimum trip duration, the average trip duration, maximum trip duration. We have the first trip, last trip, when it started, the number of start stations and the number of end stations. The next thing to do here in a typical scenario in a data cleaning world is to validate outliers, to look at, are there weird things happening in this data set? And if you were just accessing this with SQL, you would need to do that by writing more SQL. But fortunately, Count gives you a cool way to look at this visually, and we are going to do that after a short break. So, it is time to take a short break again. As you know, get up, stretch, get some water, get yourself a little snack. We will be back in just over 3 minutes. And hope you enjoy the bunnies. I hope they're out this time. I'll try and coax them out a little bit so we can have a view. See you in a bit.
It's early. I think we're doing it, aren't we? Okay. We'll watch it. He did not want to do it before stream.
This is
Oh,
5. This is 4? No, it's 5 now.
Oh, this is 4 now. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
It's a good clip. It really is.
This is a very good series of clips, actually.
Great.
Mm-hmm. I did not want to
You
do it
can't
before
spell
stream.
slaughter without laughter.
Oh no! Oh damn! That's great. Thanks, Chris. I'm going to be just fine. Bad timing on the cough. I'm going to be just fine, Exegy. Thank you for your concern. That was very bad timing on the cough. I did not want to
You
do it
can't
before
spell
stream.
slaughter without laughter.
Oh no! Great. Oh damn! Absolutely amazing. That's great. So like... Thanks, Chris. So like I said last time, if it is annoying for me moving around and doing stuff while maintaining eye contact with you, chat, then please let me know if it's very weird for you, and I will stop. Okay? No problem. I can stop anytime I want. I don't even need to look at chat to know that all of you are very uncomfortable right now. Anyway, I'll stop now. Highway to the danger zone with Googly Eye. Yeah, exactly. I'm immune. What's the cooldown on the time warp? I forget. Ah, here it is. Here it is. What is 80 degrees like? Oh yeah.
This is the real stream. You are currently watching a live stream.
You're currently watching garbage. That is very accurate, chat. Hi. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. I hope you took a break. Where did prolonged eye contact Maddie go? I only did that once, where I was on the ball and I just was like, hey, I'm not breaking eye contact with you right now. Must be really weird that I can just move my body around on my exercise ball and just keep looking at you without blinking. But I only did that once before. So I hope all of you have had a great break. Should we do, because we're entering the second hour of streaming, business logic being fed into a wood chipper. Let's do an AI prompt. Sure. Let's do a DALL-E prompt. Why not, Fafin? Why not?
Garbage.
Let's do a DALL-E prompt. Business logic being fed into a wood chipper. Let's do it. Why not? What's gonna come out of it? Who knows? Who knows? Also, hi, Exegete. Oh, wow. Look at this. This is great. This is what DALL-E 2 thinks business logic being fed into a wood chipper looks like. Bliog's logos. Blogebs blogig. Bulgies bingib. Bleegi lepig. Okay. Bleogs. Type bleogs in chat if you are tired of business logic. What type of math would you focus on learning for doing analysis? Is arithmetic enough? I think arithmetic is not even necessary anymore because computers do arithmetic super well. I think pattern recognition is very important. Blogs in chat. I'm gonna have to run in about 20 minutes so you won't have to deal with my random contributions. Oh, Baffin, it's not random. Thank you for requesting an art prompt. It's been lovely to see Bleog's logos. If you would like to have these images, they will be in my stream recap, which is available for free on Patreon. You just have to go there sometime in the next couple days after stream, and the stream recap will be there. There'll be information about what we did. There may even be some screenshots. I don't know. Whatever I decide to put in there. In case you missed any of the stream, that's definitely good. Fafin, that would be something for you because you have to get going soon. So I think this is a good time, before Fafin, before you leave, I think now is a good time to do the next quiz. What do you think, chat? I think now is a time to do the second quiz. I think now is a great time to do the second quiz. It's very short, super short. How much do you recommend Python for data analysis? Also, is it hard? I already know SQL in a medium level. DF, I don't think learning a programming language is necessarily difficult. I just wonder whether it's necessary for you to learn another programming language. So I want to see at least 5 people in here, because we have a little bit less viewers than we did before. I want to see at least 5 people in here. It would be great if we could get to 10 again, because it will be more representative if we have 10 people in here. So we have 5 in here already. I'm going to wait another few seconds. Keep spamming the thumbs up. That's great. For me, Python is the way to get data into the database.
Garbage.
I mean, Questknock, you can definitely download a CSV and just upload stuff. All right, so we got 6 people. I will wait 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. We got 7 people. 1. Let's go. You can also join on the slide. You can also join on the slide. How often do you use these SQL functions, with 0 being never and 10 being every single query, or 5? I can't remember which scale I used. It's 0 to 5 or 0 to 10. So you can still join if you would like to join. Haha, left. You can still join by going to menti.com. Oh, look at this. Here we go. Here we go. We are about to discover which functions people use. Right join is not a function, Steffi, but nice try. Nice try. Well, Fafin, if you don't use SQL, then you don't have to answer the question. If you don't want to. Good evening, Maddles. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I said you could join. I said you could join the quiz. So the outcome is that people use count and sum very often. But if you look here, you can actually see the spread of each result, which I love. I think this is super cool. SQL is my life. What is rank, over, and row number for? So actually row number I forgot to write over as well. It's also a window function. I use row number a lot. Is that bad? You're this person here, aren't you? I use row number a lot as well. There's no good or bad. It is just very interesting to see the observation of how differently people write queries, how differently people write a programming language. I'm SQL free. It's like being lead free. I use row number quite a bit. I don't think every query, but very common. Yeah. All right. Here comes the tricky one. I am testing your knowledge on this one. In what order does SQL execute? So if you look, you can actually, on your answer screen, you can actually zoom in to each of the images. I can't zoom in on the images here, unfortunately. But when you're answering them in the browser, you can actually go to each one. And I'm curious, I am curious whether you managed to get this one right, chat. I'm very curious. Hang on, doesn't this entirely depend on operational versus analytical query? No, it does not. Maddles, SQL always executes in the same order. Tada! JS. I don't know where the Minty link is. It's on the top. So you can use this code if you would like to vote. But you don't have to, tada. It's no problem. You'll find out. You'll find out soon if you were correct or not. Has everyone voted? I think everyone has voted. Because the IO is different. No, it doesn't change. The execution order of SQL is always the same. The only thing that can change... the only thing that can change the execution order of SQL is by having some weird plugin or something. Like changing the engine. I think everyone has answered. We are going to reveal, chat. I'm very sorry. But 1 is the correct answer. From and join are executed first, then where, then group by, then having, then select, then order by, and then limit. Look where select is. Select is here, after having done all of these things. Now, it is very misleading because people believe that it executes in the order that you read it, which is what answer 2 was. So as we can see, 58% of you thought that was correct. So, end of quiz section 2. There are no winners. You can just be proud if you got it correct. You can just be proud if you got it correct. There will be one more quiz section at the end. Squeal is not executed top to bottom. That's correct. That's right. Reading the T-SQL fundamentals book from Itzik Ben Gun was really great for learning MS SQL.
So angry. Gonna aggressively turn.
Aggressive driving. So if you got it correct, congratulations. There are people who still use T-SQL, of course.
Look like me, but they just don't.
What?
Whatsoever. There is no hint
What?
of me.
Is Panther still alive, by the way?
Oh look, there's one. But what is that? What have they done?
Panther's not live anymore. She raided someone else.
What have they
So
done?
sad. How dare Panther, our fearless stream team leader, raid someone else? It's Coding Garden, it's fine. Panther raided us last week, it's no problem. Yeah, so there are people who still use flavors of SQL that are somewhat less common. It still is the, you know, it still is a thing. It still is a thing. So back to our analysis. Remember how I said that we would have to write more SQL to start discovering this kind of stuff? We asked her to raid here, but she refused. No, it's fine. What's really cool about Count, and you know, not sponsored or anything, but we can just make visuals of things that interest us. So one of the things that interests me is a scatter plot. I would like to see a scatter plot. I would like to see I would like to see the maximum trip on the x-axis, and I would like to see the number of trips as the size, and I would like to see the, hold on, no, this is not correct. The first trip by month. Is that what I want? Yeah, this is good. I suggested her to raid Coding Garden. Oh, ta-da! You're responsible for this. So if you'll notice something very quickly, you'll see that there are tons of first trips in 2014. And then there's another cohort here of bikes that took their first trip in 2017, 2018. The best use of a scatter plot is distribution of buckshot. So what's also interesting is if you would actually place the last trip like this. So now we can see.
Wow.
And then we do bike number as the no function. So we have a first trip and the wait, this is the this is only by month. Hold on. No, hold on. I need to do years. I need to put both of them in year. And then bike number. Remember, we have 3,000 bicycles. Actually, this use of count was genius way to quickly visualize data. Yeah, so this is really actually just super fast. That's the thing. It's just so fast to see clusters. Hold on a second. I need to count distinct bike numbers. That's the group that I want. Here we go. So basically what this tells me is the first trip, there were 2 bikes that had their first trip in 2013 and their last trip in 2016. But we can actually make this by size. This is the biggest one. There are 2,634 bikes that had their first trip in 2017 and their last trip in 2018. I see you're spitting bars about me. Yes, Panther. We watched a clip of you earlier. Fafin, thank you very much for joining. As always, I highly appreciate it. If anyone else needs to leave at any time, you can always say goodbye.
Why?
Zach's a tag because Zach is just an amazing person and he deserves a tag. How long? It's been on there for a very long time. It's been on there for a very long time. For those of you maybe joining now, just as a reminder, today's stream is supported by...
I need to add shadows to these thingies for light mode.
Panther is not paying me today. Panther is not paying me to stream, just so that's clear.
Oh no, there are shadows already. I'm clever. Envelope arrived this morning. Hey, you've changed your name. Hello, Dex. Welcome in. Dex is now Rich Code's web.
What clip is this?
I'm not muted. Why are you trolling me?
Terrible clip. Better clip hygiene, Panther. No, today's stream is proudly supported by the Operational Analytics Club. Thank you very much for supporting me. I appreciate it. Drop all your data. Maybe I need like a data emote.
Why?
Yeah, Panther, why aren't you paying your members of the team?
Okay. Why would they make you compute this with a nested array, J. Walter?
How many
Why
fingers?
would they
Maddie
make you
pays
do
me to
this?
be in the team? How dare you? How dare you? I don't pay you to be in the team. You invited
There's
me!
like 20 people trying to type at the same time on my keyboard. Oh no. What have I done?
Oh, you'll pay all right one day. Ooh, that sounds savage. So there's a really big group here. We talked about cohorts last week, by the way. There's a really big group here of 2,634 of garbage. Most bicycles started in 2017 and ended their last trip. Started their last trip in 2018. This is important information for us. This is important information for us because we know that there are like the bulk of the bicycles. Remember, there are 3,952 bicycles. So if 2,600 of them are in this group, that's most of them. Hi, TD. Welcome in. Good to see you again. So that is one way of looking at this. We can also do another chart for another thing. I'm wondering if this works. We may need to write code for it. So template, visual. I'm gonna go for probably stacked bar. So I want to look at how trip duration changes across number of trips. Because we only have, so if we have the minimum trip duration, thank you for blinding me, I appreciate it, and the maximum trip duration, and then we place the number of trips as a color. Ooh, okay, here we go. And I'm going to label the bike number. I think we need to average these out though. Probably need to average these out. And then we're going to count distinct the bike number. Ah, no, because they're averaged out. That doesn't work. Hold on. No function on X and Y. Average number of trips. Ah, here we go. Okay. Can you believe it? I cannot believe it. Should have done lights out first. Yeah, that's the new thing, is like to turn off my lights and then blind me. It's like the new thing now. So, this is how to read this chart. The maximum trip duration. So if there was a bicycle if there was a bicycle with a trip duration of 8,310 seconds, there were 206 trips made that way. Uh-oh, it's coming. It's coming. I'm ready. This is gonna be terrible. I know this is gonna be terrible, because someone's gonna do it. Yep. Here we go. Here I go. Here I go getting blinded again. Oh, thank you so much, Steffi. The lights will come back on shortly, normally. So there's like a big group here.
And Secretary Cardona and Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Fairby. You know, thank you for joining us as well. And for families across the country.
So okay, as the minimum trip duration. Oh no, what angle is it? 88. No, we had this last time. Oh, we had this last time.
Why?
Why are there so many stream interaction commands? Sad face. Tada. Why does it make you sad? Why does it make you sad that there are stream interactions? I said earlier in stream, it's chat's objective to disrupt the stream. That's kind of the point. That's what chat is trying to do permanently. Basically, as you have short durations, I don't know. This doesn't really show the thing I wanted to show. What I was looking to illustrate, and I don't know if that's the case, is that there are trips with bicycles that are made as the trip gets longer. There are less trips made. I removed end stream. I did remove end stream. On a sponsored stream, I removed end stream, yes.
Garbage.
Well, excuse me for not letting you end my stream. Excuse you.
Disappointed!
Yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. We actually need to model it on the raw data. But that's fine, because we... Literally unwatchable. Good done. Well done. Yes, there is an end stream command. It's currently disabled at the moment though. So actually we need to do this on the raw data. So what we can do is instead of using this one, we can just connect it to the other one. How did I do this last time? Bike summary. No, we're going to connect it to raw. And then we are going to do... we're going to do... duration in second of the trip. And then we are going to do... duration with... duration with... What's the y-axis then? Duration in relation to the number of trips made. But we can't do that with the raw data set. Wait, 165? That's better. 165. Not bad. Not bad, Rugmat. Congratulations on that. I can count Ah, yes, wait. I need to bucket them. That's the thing. I need to bucket them. I think that's the only way to do it. Gotta run and eat pizza. Today I interviewed someone from Brazil. He called a pie chart a pizza chart, and now I will always say pizza chart. Draw me a pizza chart. Okay. I will draw you a pizza chart. Have a wonderful time, Fractal. Also, Dev Panda, hi. Welcome in. We can see your nose hair. I hope so. Enhance. Come on. Do it. Enhance. You can see it. None of you want to do it. It's fine. Alright, so. That's useless. But I was curious about the thing that we saw earlier. So this is the upside of doing an analysis like this. When you start from the top, right? You discover these kind of, let's call them stop-off points, branches. And we chose to not go down this branch earlier. We chose to not go down this branch earlier, but now we can come back to it. Why is the number of start and end stations roughly equal? Are bikes doing round trips, or what is happening here? So for this, we're going to write some more code. And for this, we're not going to use the summary data, because the summary data is summarized by bicycle. So each bicycle has one row. So we need to use the raw data again, which we can. Just make another code block. Raid most likely incoming. Ta-da! Thank you very much for the announcement, but I prefer to be surprised. So I would appreciate if you don't spoil the raid. I appreciate being surprised by them. Because it's one of those mechanics on Twitch that is just kind of like a fun thing that happens. And like, there could be a reason now that the person decides not to raid or whatever, and then I might feel bad about it. I don't, but I might feel bad about it. So yeah, just remember for next time. Thanks for the vibes. I appreciate that. So select from raw. Good vibes is not connected to the chair. That's correct. So start and end stations. How am I going to create a frame now to account for the start and end stations? Well, if I look at the data set, I know I have a trip ID, and I have a start station ID and an end station ID. So what I can compute is for each trip, whether the station ID of start and end was the same. It's that simple. So if I do like this, if I do select star from raw, I can have this here. Stations summary. No, let's call this something else. Let's call it round trip in summary. So I will do trip ID duration in seconds. Actually, we don't need the duration. We can join it back. We can join it back on its thing. Rugmat, I think you broke it with the 11 d20s, or did I miss that? You did not prove that you do, in fact, do not play chess with this redemption. Okay, you know what? Fine, Steffi. You want to see my chair? There's nothing connected. See? There's nothing connected. No good vibes connected to the chair, okay? I showed you everything. It's... It's not wireless! Oh, there's 220... No, 120? 220s in there. Not bad. Battery powered. Hi, Stony! So, trip ID, and then we're going to do a case when. So case when is like an if statement. Case when start station ID equals end station ID Yes, enhance. Hi, J. Walter. Then true, else false, end as is round trip. I like calling my variables or my case when fields. Howdy do, Data Wizard of Twitch. Thank you, Stony. So this is how we're going to verify this. Start station ID, end station ID. Variable garbage. Yeah. So here, start station ID is round trip true false. Now what's cool about this is this variable or field that we've created is round trip. That's what I call mine too. In fact, I name everything garbage. Mirrors my code perfectly. Is your code garbage, Steffi? Cypher Enigma, welcome in. A 10 and 11 on D20 is respectable. The best thing about Blind Maddie Redemption is the price. What price? Oh, it's free. Yes, it's free. So the nice thing about this is we now have something that is kind of interesting in SQL or in data processing. What we've created is a new field called isRoundTrip, and this field can be added back to the trip information that we used before. So if we were to place this, and I'm actually going to do this in real, I'm going to move this information down. Thanks for blinding chat. I'm going to move this information down, and I'm going to place this here in between, so you can actually see that it's being used in between. So we have our raw data here and the round trip summary here. What we can do is we can actually now join the round trip summary to the original data set. So if we do something like this, where we create a new data frame here, okay? Just visually, I want you to understand this. Select star from raw, left join. So we can do this in this query too, right? Just to be clear, we could do this in this query, but we don't have to. So we could do here, left join, round trip summary on trip ID equals trip ID. Probably going to say it doesn't know which one is which. I'm guessing, yeah. So round trip summary, we're going to alias that as RS, and we're going to alias raw as RW. So on trip ID, so we do rs.tripid equals rw.tripid. Now we have a new raw form, and this is called raw augmented, let's say. Okay. Now what's cool about this is we have all the existing information, which is unmodified, but we now have an additional column, and that is whether this was a round trip. So I'm going to take everything from raw, which is rw.star, and I'm only going to take the isRoundTrip variable, which is rs.isRoundTrip. That way we don't have the trip ID in there twice. Okay? Now instead of rewriting my entire query, I can just go here and change this from raw to raw augmented. And you'll see now I have the same data as before, completely unchanged. But now, with the power of magic, I can add this additional parameter, isRoundTrip,
Garbage.
to this query. I just need to add it to the group by condition. And now, not only will my computation be done for each bicycle, it will now be done for each bike, but split between round trip versus not round trip. You see? Because each bike has round trip situation with true false. Now, there is a possibility that a bicycle in this dataset only made round trips or never made round trips. And in order to find that out, how do you think we're going to do that, chat? How are we going to do that? Well, we are going to go here and we are going to make a round trip summary. Did I call this other one? Oh, I called that round trip summary. I'm going to call this round trip field. I can update the references automatically, so I don't have to worry about that. So I am going to do a round trip summary. So I'm going to take a bike number. I'm going to take the is round trip. What is this field called? Yeah, is round trip. I'm going to take is round trip. And then I'm going to count distinct the bike number. Maybe we should do the other way. Maybe we can do the other way after. Let me do this way first. Basically, I want to figure out, are there any bikes that don't have true or false as a value? Ah, here we go. Can Count the app use multiple datasets at once? Yes, you can. So actually, if you're in a dataset here, you can actually change between all of your datasets in one go.
Wow.
So I can see that there are 120 bicycles difference. So if we look at the total number, it's 3952. So there's 3,952. So there's one bike that didn't make that false, round trip false. So there's one bike that only made round trips, and there are 100 something bikes that only made round trips. So we could do a thing where the other way around, if we do bike number and then count distinct is round trip. $3,952, that's nothing. There are 9 million bicycles in Beijing. That's a fact. It's a thing we can't deny. Wow. That's that's crazy. 9 million? Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, this is like a very small data set actually in comparison, to be fair. So what we could do here is we can order by 1. And because it's ascending, 1 will be at the top. So all the bicycles... Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, order by 2. I made a mistake. So we can see now there's actually 2 groups. We make a little chart. There's actually 2 groups of bicycles. We have more bicycles than people in the Netherlands. Totally. Bike number, I don't know. This is probably the wrong visual for this. 2 groups. Bar chart. It's not really what I wanted. Why does it keep defaulting to column? Isn't that strange? Seems like a bug.
Garbage.
Thanks for the reference. I don't know, there should be two groups. There should be two groups. Option and then, 122. Yeah, there's 122 bikes. Yeah, okay, this works too, I guess. There's 122 bikes that only have one option. And there's 3,830 bikes that have two options. So, you can contribute towards that number by having two bicycles. I only have one bicycle, okay? So, what we know is that not all bicycles are making return trips, but the majority of the trips are return trips. So that's actually the other perspective, is we looked here at the bike number, but we can do the same thing.
Why?
We can do the same thing by trip ID. Round trip summary number 2. Trip summary. Trip ID and then count. Hold on. We can flip this around. Is round trip and then count distinct trip ID, number of trips. Unrecognized name. Oh, right. We'd have to do that from the raw dataset. Why is there no as option syntax in this query? I don't understand, Tada, your question. I'm very sorry.
Garbage.
Jay Walter, have you given up on landing? Is that what it is? Have you given up on the drop game? So here we go. There are... Wow, that's a lot of trips. So most trips... That's actually surprising. When we saw the data, we would have assumed that they're round trip, but actually the trips are not round trip. Most of the trips are not round trip. So we found out something super interesting as part of our discovery, right? We saw something super interesting. Did someone anonymous open the from the URL? Yes, if you would like to follow, you can. You can't do anything in the canvas, but you can follow if you like. We cannot do it. We can't really do anything yet with this information. This is what I meant about the why. Aha, yes. So I haven't been using the as alias. Tada! I've been omitting the alias just because I said I'm writing super dirty, very fast SQL today. So yeah, basically, this comes back to this point. If the question isn't detailed enough, if we don't have a good question, we don't know, right? We don't know what we want to instrument, what decision we're going to take. So if we don't know if this is relevant or not, you could argue it's not worth exploring this, right? Now, today, my objective is to teach you about all of the journey possibilities of data analysis. So that's why we're looking at this piece of information. But as part of an analysis, you would have to understand, is this something that you can influence? As Forex says, what if the bike rental, you only need to return it to the same station? In some circumstances, what if you don't need to return it to the same station? There could be a reason that you don't have to. Maybe there's a program that allows you to do that. So, we had this research question. And now we have linked these two research questions together, right? So that is kind of an important part of this discovery process, right? Now, one of the other things we thought about saying is we want to figure out whether there are patterns for bikes taking trips. So that's very easy to do. We can create another chart to show us trips by bikes, right? We can basically go here and do, I don't know, column, I guess. We do trips, number of trips, sum of number of trips, and then count distinct bike number. Do you want to look at chaos? Look for Dutch bicycle parking lot on Google Images. No, not doing it. Number of trips. Here you go. So here is the spread of the number of trips. And this is what I was talking about. We could additionally add the variable is round trip to the color. Yeah, I live close to Cologne, but I'm not part of the game anymore. Being part of the game? DF Cortez, is there any software like that website where I can do graphs from my queries? So, other than count, like doing graphs from your queries, other than having like a whiteboard, of course you can use something like Looker Studio, or Tableau or Power BI or any kind of like traditional analytics dashboarding tool, of course. Yeah, I have to catch up with chat. Parking garages. I don't really want to... Yeah. So we can see that the spread of return trips is very interesting. The number of trips made with bicycles... Oh, it's a horrible track. The number... Actually, I think we're going to change music up, chat. We're going to change up to something a bit different. We're going to go to something a bit more chill now. So here's the thing. Sorry. Here's the thing. We can see that the round trips, the number of trips made as round trip are very small. We knew that before. But we can see that actually there are two clusters. Let's draw them. There are definitely two clusters here. There's a cluster here, and there's a cluster here. Maybe like that. So these are two clusters. Is there a use case where you'd reach for count over Looker Studio or vice versa? So Exegete putting me on the spot there with that question. To be honest, there isn't really a scenario today where I'm going to be using a classic dashboarding tool anymore. No, I'm not punting the question. I'm just saying that I'm trying to formulate it diplomatically without offending all of the dashboarding tools. For me, the collaborative nature of Count, which means I can share this with others, they can write in here, we can collaborate together. That is the number one criteria about why this type of tool is the tool for me. Yes, obviously the classic sort of BI notebook, like Jupyter Notebooks or Observable, you have versioning and sharing and like that. And some of those features have already come into this. So actually you already have version history. You already have sharing abilities, and support for SQL and Python. So I think it's moving in that direction. It's definitely moving in that direction where all of these things will exist. I think it's just a challenge. It's a challenge to do that, and that's fine. Anyway, so there are two groups. There are two groups here. Basically, there are the number of trips made per bicycle, which are in the 0 to 500 range-ish. And then there's a group of bicycles that are making 2,000 plus trips. Now, what interests me is these two groups. Are these trips longer or shorter? That's the real question. This is the real question. Because this comes down to then the point of, okay, these bicycles are making way more trips, but are the trips way shorter? So we need to add a criteria, and we're going to do average trip duration as the size. That doesn't work so well here, does it? Might need to change to a scatter for this. Or we could take this off and make another mark. Could do that too. So we could change this one from bar. Could change from bar to line. And then we could say the color is the average trip duration. And remove this. That might work. Depends on if you go uphill or downhill. Oh! Americans have their car people that are entitled to, but we have the cyclists that are entitled. I messed up the chart a little. I think I skewed the y-axis. I could also make a second chart with these two groups. Okay, so let's make a cutoff. Let's call it 592. Let's call it 600 trips. Let's make three groups. 0 to 600. Oh my god, I cannot write. No! I deleted everything. 0 to 600. 0 to 600 is our low. And then we're gonna add 601 to, what was this cutoff? 2325 is mid. And then above that is high. Oh, that made funny thing. High. That would require use of a 3D pie chart. No, not a 3D pie chart. Okay, another visual. You can just keep making more and more charts. This is the nice thing. Okay, so we have our tiers. Might have to make a little in-between query. Hold on a second. I might need to do an in-between query here. Number of trips is round trip. Let's add the bike ID in here. We could do that. I'm actually wondering if that's the best approach. So sometimes in the analysis stage, where we are right now, you might come to a point where you're like, okay, should I modify a previous query? Should I continue with a different part of the query? Sometimes it's beneficial to just leave what you had and continue, right? Oops. Sometimes it's beneficial to do that. I think I'm gonna actually do a new one here. How Oh, I can't copy this. Strange. Okay. So we're gonna call this trip summary. We're gonna call this trip and durations. So we want round trip. We want to know if it was a round trip or not. Actually, that's not so important, is it? No, it's just number of trips. So we just need the number of trips made. So basically, bike ID, duration in seconds of the trip, and then number of trips.
Perfect.
Bike ID. Did we not? What did we? Oh, it's bike number. My bad. So the thing is now we have each bike will have each trip duration. So we need to bucket the durations as well. So we need to bucket the duration. But this might be enough. This might be enough. Let's see. Let's try. Ooh! Tasty. Good night. Good night, 4X. Thanks for blinding me to sleep. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And see you soon. Right? See you very soon. So if we look here, X is duration and Y is the bike number. Y should be number of trips. We should count those. Maybe there will be a stronger pattern. No, it's not what I wanted. Okay, duration of the trip in Y. Oh, hello. Oh, ads! I totally forgot about ads. Oh, are we already at the 3-hour mark? Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Why?
Disable the redeem. Yeah, I might have to disable it just so. Oh no. Surly, what have you done to Karen? What did you do? What did you do to Karen, Surly? Welcome in, TD. Someone has enough points for end stream. Highway to the danger zone with Google. So they needed talking to. Did you see that, chat? Did you see his little I don't know what that was. Is this what you wanted, chat?
This is how you celebrate me getting 1,000 followers on Twitch. This is what you think I deserve as a streamer.
Know who had created the clips?
A shout out and see if we can get a Pokemon clip. Wouldn't it be funny if it
Oh wow,
came up?
look. Played the same meme at the same time. Of course. See if TD
And
has
Secretary
been doing
Cardona
any... This is so
and
meta.
Mayor Bowser
What's happening
and
right now?
Chancellor Fairby.
I don't understand
thank you
this.
for joining us as well.
What is happening?
And for
I'm so
families across
confused.
the country.
Is this a... I always dress like this. This is what I normally wear.
Garbage.
Shouldn't have played. I did exclamation mark clip. Can someone write exclamation mark clip? That's a bit strange.
Distort on.
A clip, 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 and a clap. And then you've got your Twitch clip.
Wow. What?
A clip, 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 and a clap. And
What
then
the?
you've got your Twitch clip.
What just happened?
That kind of makes that point a bit moot. I will save this.
Garbage.
Oh no! Oh no! Steffi, no! Oh no! Oh, that timing was very good that time. That timing. Stuff to the side projects. I need to add datiddle and the SRT CSV parser. And I need to add a stories section for oh no. It's 180 again, isn't it? I was not prepared again. I was totally not prepared. I mean, really not. Look at this absurdity. Like, my teeth are like over my mouth. That's horrible. That was pretty horrible. Not gonna lie, chat, that was pretty gross. Hi, Mama Rolf. Welcome to the stream. Breaking into chat during ads. Did you get ads? That's the real question. Because, I'm sorry if you got ads. Also, I'm sorry to all of you for the ads. Oh. I missed the prompt from Twitch that ads were going to run, so very sorry. If you're just dropping in, if you're just stopping by now, we're doing a sponsored stream today. Operational Analytics Club. I am a data champion as part of the program there, creating content around data along with 9 others. And this stream is proudly supported by the Operational Analytics Club today. I'm very grateful for that. It's awesome that they support creators like me doing cool data stuff on Twitch. It's very unusual to be sponsored on Twitch, especially with such a, let's say, small audience compared to other streamers. So I'm very grateful for that. We are in the middle of analysis of a bike share dataset. If you'd like the source of the dataset, you can use !source to get the dataset. One of the things we've observed, and this is part of the process, right? It's observing things, making notes of things, is there are 2 groups. We have a group, small audience for average height. Oh, I'm very sorry, Exegete. I am relatively short. Actually, I'm very average height, but I meant small audience in terms of size of audience, not height. So there's a group of bikes that made... there are groups of bikes that make 600 trips or less. And there are groups of bikes that make a lot of trips. And so coming back to this, we can see bike number and the duration and the number of trips. And actually, if we look at just this, like this, it's not what I wanted. I did want to scatter, but I wanted it to be on the Y. And the size will be the number of trips. I think that works. Yep, here we go. So there is one trip that was 1.8 million seconds, which is very long. No fat shaming. But most trips are very short. We could actually divide this by 60. Just to get a duration in minutes. I think it makes sense. Cypher, you landed. 7. That's not bad. Okay. I think this will be the visual that I want. I'm not sure, but I'm trying. Maybe. Oh. Interesting. Okay. There's... Why are they... Okay, so there's one absolutely massive outlier. There's one trip that is 287,000 minutes. That's like... That's a crazy amount of time. To me, that's probably some kind of mistake in the dataset, to be honest. So, when you find something like this, now we have to take a decision. Are we going to cross it out? Are we going to get rid of it? Or are we going to consider it in the dataset? This is what you have to consider now. Is this something real? Is this... Does it seem like something you should include? To me, judging from this data set and looking at like the quality of the data from here, this is an outlier. It's very hard to recognize this as a junior. It's very hard to see this from the beginning as a junior. But oh, it's Pikachu. Ta-da! So I would exclude this trip. And the way that we can do that is by finding out which trip it was. So there's a trip, one bike that did one trip that was 287,000 minutes. So all we have to do is just go up here and sort by duration. Oh, that won't give us, hold on. We could just do a quick clone here.
Why?
Select trip ID.
Why?
Max duration second. Oh, you don't even need a max actually. Order by 2 descending. The outlier would make a good example of why averages are dangerous. Yes, exactly. So here is the 17 million. So this particular trip ID, this is something we're going to want to remove in our analysis. And the easiest way to do that is to just do that right here. Now, if you do this in your code, if you do something like that, removing single trip, you should definitely comment this out. If you do something like this in your code, so if you're removing one particular value in a situation like this, you should definitely comment it out. Removing single trip with extremely suspect duration. Okay? So we're just removing it. Not equal. Oh, are they strings? They might be strings. Cypher is very dangerous dropping all the knives. Oh yeah. I could drop some stuff. Hold on. I want to drop some emojis. Bless you. So now everything down here is also going to change.
Yeah, but we need to blast this virus off you, buddy.
Everything down here is going to change, but it doesn't change dramatically because it's just one trip, right? But now we see if we rerun these cells, if we rerun these, Still the same number of bikes, but just one row less. All right, so back to our duration. We can now see, we're going to rerun this. Wait, what? There's still an outlier. 30,000. Oh boy. Do we have to do the same thing again? In this case, because this isn't such a strong outlier, okay? So we're talking 30,000 to 11,000. That's only double the maximum value. 30,000 minutes is 500 hours. What we can just do is just filter this chart. That's much easier. I don't want to actually remove it from the data set because I don't believe it's actually an outlier. Excuse me. But I want to not see it in the set. So duration min is less than 20,000. Exactly, Stony. Come on. And we will see our clusters. There we go. So now we already see our clusters. So we have duration in minutes. We can see there's still a huge cluster here at the beginning. Because there's, yeah, these aren't bucketed yet. We can create buckets, I believe. There was a way to bucket. Possibly not. Number of trips with duration. Bike number? Hold on. Number of trips. Duration. And then count distinct bike number. Oh, wow. Stony, you're heading off to bed already. It's a little bit early for you today. But I'm glad that you stopped by. Have a great night, Stony. And see you next time. So you can explore your results. And at some point, you may hit a wall. Like now, I've hit a wall. Maybe it's, the hour of the day, or it's just whatever angle you're looking through isn't working out. That's fine. That's very important. But what I do is I just put a pin. I just put a pin in it. It's that simple. I'm going to color this, I don't know, green is fine. I'm going to just put a pin in this. So this is something I'm going to want to come back to later. Because I haven't finished discovering this this path yet, right? I haven't finished exploring this. In reality, I could do another field here called duration sec divided by 3600. And this would be duration as hour. And then, oops, I need a comma in there. And then I could make, oops, sorry, I need to group again. And then I could create a second chart, just like this one, with an hourly view instead. And this might be clearer. Does count have markdown capability? No, not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as I'm aware. Yes, Quesno, we are actually we are in the same time zone. I am actually based out of Switzerland. I don't know if you knew that. I'm Swiss Canadian. I've been living in Switzerland for a very long time. And yes, I do speak German and Swiss German. But I stream in English. English is my native language, although you wouldn't necessarily know it sometimes. Okay, so some number of trips. The color is the count of the bikes. And then, the average duration. No, I don't want an average. I want to count the number of trips. Like this? Maybe this is the solution. 0.1 duration in hours. So there are obviously there are still some bikes doing single trips that are like 112 hours. Do we feel that these are outliers? I don't know. It's hard to know without knowing more about the dataset. So for now, I'm just going to put a pin in this. I'm going to put a pin in this. I'm going to put a pin in that. Now, let's go back to the overarching goal again, right? By teaching data analysis skills as part of a live project, others can help their businesses and personal projects be more successful. So we said we want to look at how bicycles are used across different stations. What did we discover so far? We discovered, okay, there are bicycles doing round trips. Now, at this stage of like summary, this isn't about billing, it's about usage. Yes, exactly, Mama. We have the same time zone because you're in Sweden. Yes. Jay Walter is also in Sweden, one of our regular viewers. I know a lot of our viewers are not in this time zone because it is fairly late for us, but I'm more of a night person, so I know there's other people in chat who are night people as well. So at this stage, when you have some findings, it is good to write them out. We've been sort of documenting as we go along, but it is good to sometimes just step back and also document those findings. So we can start documenting those findings. I'm just going to use a little frame here. I'm going to call it findings. And I'm going to stick a few post-its in here. I'm going to color it green. So I'm going to stick a couple findings in here. What are some of the findings that we've had? It's too small. So one of the findings, I'm going to just color these very neutrally. One of the findings is bikes mostly do not do round trips. Same station, depart and start and end. So we discovered that there are mostly, what was the result? I forget where the result was. Where did we put that? Here, yeah. 62,000 round trips and 1.8 million not round trips. So yeah, most trips are not round trips, so they don't start and end at the same station. Second thing we discovered, there are, where was it? There are very few bikes that are used for round trips. So not only about not only about the trips themselves, but the bicycles themselves tend to travel from one station to the next. It would be kind of interesting to maybe try and follow the bike through multiple stations. So that's if you come up with like another idea. So you're like, okay, you could write this down. It's like, can I follow a bike's path across stations? And you take that and you're like, okay, that's something I want to explore. So you put that up wherever you might start Like in this case, I can work very visually, but you're going to put this somewhere where you're going to be like, okay, this is another stream that I could explore in my analysis. Again, you're probably not going to be able to do all of your analysis work in one part, in one go. It's just not going to be possible in most cases, right? One other thing we discovered from the bike summary is that most bikes had their first trip in 2017 and their last trip in 2018. So we found that most bikes, around 2,600 of them, had their first trip in 2017 and their last in 2018. Is there a part of analytics which brings you the most joy? Yes. So it's neither cleaning, massaging, exploring, or concluding in that sense. It is taking this outcome, or taking this information that we've gleaned, insights, whatever you want to call them. It's taking this, the learnings, and applying them to some business decision together with other people from the business, from like my colleagues. That's my favorite part. I like being able to say, I don't know, for example, right? Most bikes had their first trip in 2017 and their last in 2018. And we know that bikes mostly don't do round trips. Logically here, my next port of call is going to be figuring out, can we reduce bike inventory? Is there a way that we can actually reduce the number of available bicycles, because it would make it easier for our business to manage less bicycles? And that's like discussing that decision and the outcome of that decision, and maybe that decision would be an experiment or something like that. That's like the super exciting part for me. I just got reconnected to Twitch chat, so there's a possibility that there's some shenanigans happening on Twitch at the moment.
Why?
Crazy Monkey, welcome to the stream. I've been trying to figure out model evaluation. What metrics are there and which and why? ROC seems to be the worst, while people rave all about it. Crazy Monkey, first of all, welcome to the stream. Great to have you. What do you mean by ROC? I'm not familiar with the acronym. ROC. I don't know. ROC. Return on something? Receiver operating curve. Now I need to Google this. What is this? Graphical plot that illustrates the diagnostic ability of a binary classifier system at its discrimination threshold is varied. This is used in machine learning. I'm not super familiar with this. Tsukiyomi, thank you very much for the follow. Very interesting. I don't understand enough about this to comment on this. Yeah, I'm not that deep into Jesus. I'm not that deep into machine learning that I could even comment to this. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to speak to someone else about that. I'm just doing some basic stuff today, I guess, if you think about it from that context. So what else have we learned? Okay, so bikes mostly don't do round trips. They have the same station. So different, i.e. they have different station start and end points. Most bikes had their first trip in 2017 and their last in 2018. We can also write down the really basic stuff, like there are almost 2 million trips, nearly 2 million trips in the data set, nearly 2 million trips, and 4,000 bicycles. 4,000 bikes in the data set. So it makes sense to kind of note down these findings that you have, because this is the logical next step of this scenario, is at what point do you consider your work done, right? At what point do you go back to the stakeholder and say, this is what I found out so far? Do you do it when you're in the middle of the analysis? Or do you do it when you've finished all the things you could possibly explore? And there are definitely different opinions on that, right? If we come back to our framework, we want discovery time. We use some discovery time. Can we find out how many trips it needs to take a bike to need repairs? Yeah, exactly. Like if that was our key question, we didn't answer that question yet, right? Right now, we looked at how many trips did our bikes make? How were trips divided across different stations? Which bike suffered from largest capacity swings? We haven't gotten to the nitty-gritty point yet, but this doesn't mean you can't go back to your stakeholder, okay? This doesn't mean you cannot go back to the original framing question and discuss the results you've already found, okay? This is a huge mistake that a lot of analysts make, a lot of people in general, okay? They assume that they need to finish the entire task and then go back to the person with the results. What they should be doing is asking themselves the question, hey, is what I found interesting enough to warrant me talking to that person, despite the fact that I haven't gotten to the point where I would say that I'm finished the task yet? And in data analysis, this is a very valid thing to do. At this point in time, to say, listen, I found out these things about the data set, right? There's also one thing here that we're missing, that there's 3 groups. We're going to definitely do that as well. There are 3 general groups of number of trips divided by 0 to 600 trips. Oh, Karen is beatboxing for us. Wow, Karen laying down a fat beat. Thank you, Karen, for that amazing performance. I had no idea that Karen could beatbox. Hi, Surly Dev. It's good to see you. And Loka, good to see you as well. So we have 0 to 6. There are 3 general groups of number of trips by bike. 0 to 600, 600 to 22. What was the other? 23, 25. 23, 25 plus. These are the main things that we found out today. So taking these findings back to the original person asking the question. Ian, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Taking these findings back to the original person asking the question. In this case, it's you, chat. In this case, me taking this to you and saying, chat, look what I found out so far. Okay? Look what I found out. I found out that there are 3 general groups of number of trips by bike. I found out most bikes had their first trip in 2017 and their last in 2018. There are 2 million trips in the dataset, 4,000 bikes, and bikes mostly don't do round trips, right? If I came back to you with that and we discussed together, whether this meets like the expectations of the questions that you had, right? Then we might be able to refine the analysis even more. We might be able to say, hey, this is in the right direction, but I want to know more about this, or I want to know more about that, right? That would enable us to fine tune the rest of the process versus you doing the whole thing, spending possibly days of your time doing the entire analysis, and only then going back and saying, hey, what do you think of this? And then maybe you missed the mark completely. Wow, Karen. Karen is absolutely wrecking today with the beats. Congratulations, Karen. And Surly. So this is the thing, right? Is like if you spend all of your time that you had available on the task and only go at the end, or end for you, when you've explored all the avenues that you thought were interesting, you maybe missed the mark at the end. So I advise, especially for people just starting out or with less experience, to take those stop points. Take those stop points and say, okay, this is a good point to do a checkpoint and say, I'm going to go back to the stakeholder and I'm going to tell them, hey, this is what I found so far. Maybe do a short presentation or discuss it or whatever, and then determine what the next steps should be. That is what I think you should do. What we should do next is do the third and final quiz section before we wrap up later. Thank you for clipping, Surly. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let us begin the final quiz section. Can we get another 10 people in here? That would be freaking amazing, chat. If we could get another 10 people to join the final quiz. Crazy Monkey, thanks for the follow. Let's get the hype bangers up for the hype portion of the stream. Let's do this. Pretzel, let's go. Ginny, hello. +1 to you. 4 people in chat. 4 people in the quiz. I mean, we have a lot of people in chat. We should be able to get 10 people.
The results are in. Let's print them out. Yep, I came second to list in the Vision Song Contest.
Second to last, Karen. We got 7 people. Can we get 3 more in the quiz? Yeah, keep spamming the thumbs up. Everyone sees it. It's amazing. I see it. I see all the thumbs ups. Can we get 3 more? I will wait 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got 8 people. Let's do it. Lag. Let's do it. What is key in your process to understanding how to analyze data? Tell me. Is it working really closely with your stakeholder? Is it maybe understanding the data set really well? Tell me what it is for you. I'm curious about your process. Tell me about like a key thing or like a key step that's really important to you. I think that's something that it's going to be great to share this with the round, with everyone here. So I'll give you a few seconds to answer that. In the meantime, let me tell you about things that are happening in the world of data. So next week, we will be back to our normal Twitch schedule. Monday, Thursday, Friday. Monday is a holiday here. So I will perhaps start stream a little bit earlier. Normally we start at 9 p.m. CET. I may start a little bit earlier. I don't know yet. We have 7 answers, which is great. Monday's a bank holiday in the UK. Nice. Great. So long weekend. Thursday stream will be some level of surprise. And next Friday's stream, so a week from today, we will again have an episode of the Data Cafe where we cover news and interesting, cool articles and maybe videos about what is happening in the data and tech world. So tune in next week for that. All right, let's check out what kind of answers we've gotten. Don't let people type in the data freehand. Oh, wow. That is a very, very big point. Manually inputted data has huge errors in it. Understanding the problem they are trying to solve by analyzing the data. Yes, understanding the problem. It's so key. If you don't understand the problem they're going for, what's happening there? Source, context, application, usage scenarios. Very good things. Understanding the data set, looking for patterns and anomalies. Yes, very important part of our work. Absolutely. Understanding the underlying data. Yes, exactly. Working with stakeholders to understand the historical context of the data set. Oh, that's very important because sometimes that data isn't available there. You don't even know. Read the documentation, RTFM people, and understand what information you want to know. That comes back to understanding the problem. That's right. That is very right. Oh, Groversaurus, hello. And it seems that I, again, am having problems with my vision. All right. Tell me what you thought. Tell me what you thought of this stream. We will come back to the dashboard in a second, but I would like to know, this is completely anonymous. I would love to know what you think. 2-axis rating. Educational. So how much are you learning? Is it useful for you? And how much fun are you having? Is it entertaining? Is it cool? Would you come back? This is anonymous, completely anonymous, but I will track you down if you rate me badly. I would love to know more. But it looks like there's one person who has not enjoyed. Is that what the interpretation is here? Is that the interpretation? I don't know. I'm not sure how to read this. I guess that's the way. I guess that's the way to read it. Yeah, so someone didn't find it super educational or entertaining, which is totally fine. It's maybe not your thing, and that's fine. But most people, the large cluster, found it very educational and very entertaining. So thank you. Thank you very much. So that is the last quiz for today, and that is also how we are going to be slowly wrapping up. So let me show you a little bit more about what now. Now you're asking a question, okay? We have finished the analysis for now. We may come back to it again later, right? We've said, yeah, let's pin this, and oh, it would be really fun. It would be really fun to understand more. Can I follow a bike's path across different stations? Of course you can. Uh-oh, 99. 99. Oh, no. I don't even see what's happening. I think the enhance needed to come in before the time warp. I think it was the timing. I don't know, chat. This is very disturbing. Hi, Rugman. Can I follow a bike's path across stations? Like, you may have all of these ideas, but what you will do is you'll go back to your stakeholder and you'll say, hey, these are the things that we found, right? These are my findings, right? Is this what you expected? Is this the result that you wanted? I wanted to look into this, but I didn't have time. Do you think we should look into that? Does that help you to make this decision you were trying to make? Like, those are the questions you should be asking together with the stakeholder or together with the person that can help make the decision, ultimately do the outcome. Freda the cat, which Cool Gang which glasses would you like to have, by the way? DF Cortez, can you upload the CSV when you upload the video on YouTube? I wasn't able to download it. I can. It's quite a big data set. It's 2 million rows. Let me think about that. Let me think about how to solve that for you, DF. Let me think about that. Freda, if you don't have a preference, I will just take dealer's choice. Probably a classic that we haven't had in a long time. Ah, Freda can't answer. Plus, she doesn't know what glasses you have. Right. I understand, Surly.
Show me what you got.
You heard them. Said, show me what you got.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
So DF, the way that you would be able to get to this is the following. If you go to Google Cloud Console, is it because you don't have a Google account? Basically, you would go to View Dataset. Then you would have the dataset here, San Francisco Bike Share. And then you could copy this dataset, I guess. I think you can just export it. Basically like a select star. So you basically just need a Google account to get into Google Cloud. You don't need to have like billing activated or something like that. You can access the public dataset, all of them, without having billing enabled, from my understanding. And then in order to get the dataset, you would basically just query it. There was a way to query it. I mean, open in, create table. No, it says create a project, but doesn't show me any data set. Okay.
Show me what you got. I want to see what you got. Oh boy.
Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can do this. Whatever. Enforce public access prevention. File name. Bike share. Save. Export initiated. Okay, I've initiated the export. Now I need to go to the bucket. Cloud storage, buckets. Matty temp. No rows. No objects yet. I think it's probably still doing it in the background. If I can, I will link to the dataset in this bucket, which is just a CSV file. And if not, I will upload it somehow to GitHub or something like that. I will solve that for you. The best way for you to stay informed about that is in the stream recap on Patreon. So if you click follow on Patreon, it's free, and you'll get an email notification when I publish it. I will publish it sometime in the next few days, post-stream. So basically, you report your findings, right? You report your findings to your customer or whatever you want to call them. And based on that, you decide to do something. You take a decision. It may be that you go back to the analysis. It may say, oh, I think we need to I think we need to do this. I think we need to explore that. Or, yeah, maybe the analysis goes in a completely different direction that you didn't see yet, that you didn't foresee. So it can happen a lot of different ways. One thing I would like to do before we wrap up, I would like to do this. Can I follow a bike's path across stations? And so this is kind of a different thing to this query that we did before. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to call this bike station pathing. So what I'm going to do is I have a bike number. I don't care about round trips right now. I have for each trip, I have information. I have a trip ID. I have a trip ID. I have a duration in seconds. I have a start station ID. And an end station ID. We need no grouping yet. Okay. So we're just going to take, when I'm building an analysis like this, where the conditions and stuff are a bit more complicated, I like to just filter one bike. So I'm going to take bike number 246. Oh. It is an integer, isn't it? Yeah, so I just have one bike. This has a lot of trips. But doing this with just one bike enables you to see if you're doing the correct thing. Alright, so we have trip IDs. I can see that those are a bit wonky. But basically we have trip IDs and then start and end station. So what would be cool is if we concatenate basically all the start and end stations one after another. However, we need to order it by date. So we need to have the start date in here as well. Okay. So this is how it's going to work. Put this here. So for this particular one, and we're going to order by start date. So when we order by start date, okay, so we have the earliest trip, which is the 1st of September, and then we have another trip on the 1st of September. Hi, Dave Charles, brr to you. So watch what happens now. If we do something like this, where we say, okay, we have the start date. We're going to have to take that out afterwards. So we have to, basically we have to go like start, end, start, end, start, end, start, end for each one. So if we were to wrap those rows into one value first, oops, I forgot a thing in there. So basically 616 is like a trip. What would we call this? Naming stuff is hard. What are we calling this? Maybe we'll call this trip points. Trip points. So we still have one row per trip. This is very important. We want to have now all of these concatenated together. So what we would do is we would do string ag, which is a BigQuery function. And I'm gonna keep that in I'm gonna have double quotes around this. And then I think we have to say what kind of separator we want. How are you doing, Dave? Good to see you again. Trip points ag. And because this is an aggregation, we now need to remove the trip ID. Remove the start date. And do something with the duration. I guess we'll just sum it. And we'll call this total trip duration. Oh, oops. Forgot the group by, of course. Group by 1. Ah, start date is not in there. Over start date. So we need to use this window function in order to ensure that we get the right order. Because the trip, by default, the trips aren't ordered by date. They're just ordered, I don't know however exactly. Over start date. Okay. Unrecognized window alias. Ah. Forgot the order by in there. And we don't have order select list expression, which... Hello?
May we have your attention, please? The owner of the vehicle with the license plate 69420 SQL must move their vehicle immediately or it will be towed. Thank you.
That's definitely my car. In the middle of stream again. That's definitely my car. I need to move it. Ah. It happens all the time. I keep forgetting it. It happens all the time. Doing well. Went to the Museum of Modern Art today to kick off weekend early. Nice. Very nice. Oh, this is quite tricky. Select list expression references column start station ID, which is not. Ah, we have to do this in 2 steps. We need to do this in 2 steps. Unfortunately. Okay. So we're gonna call this trip points. Unexpected end of input. Yeah, okay. Start date. Order by start date. Just to make sure. Okay, so now we have this view, which is correct. Just gonna make another one here. And we're gonna call this bike paths. And we're gonna do a select from bike station pathing. What are we gonna get here? I don't need the design stuff right now. We're gonna do bike number. And then we don't need the start date anymore. It's already ordered. We need the sum of the duration as total duration in seconds. And then we do string aggregation of trip points with a semicolon as trip points ag. Group by 1. Sometimes you just need to separate them out. Nice. Okay, so what you see now here is an entire path. Look at this. an entire path of the bike. This is the path that the bike took. Okay? These are start and end points, and then the semicolon is between trips. So basically 16 and then 1610. Wait a second, do we? Does the bike always start? Oh, look, it doesn't. Look, this is interesting. Right here, for example. The bike ended its trip at 32, but started at 28 station. That's very interesting. It means the bike was transported between those two stations. So now, obviously, this is a kind of path. This is a kind of path. Now, you could do this for all the bikes. And then, if you have this for all of your bikes, you could try and start grouping them together to see which ones are similar. I don't think that's something so easily doable in SQL, raw SQL anyway. I would have to think about how to approach that. But essentially each bike is going to get its own unique path. And this is a pretty intense query, so this is taking a while to compute. But yeah, I thought that was interesting to kind of look at. Can you follow a bike's path across stations? You can. You definitely can. And you could technically compute duration between them. I'm wondering how you would approach that of finding similarities between them. Just wondering mathematically how you would do that. I'm wondering how we would do that. Well, this query is absolutely hammering BigQuery. But yes, that is essentially the process of doing a data project from start to finish. You basically start from here, where you have these research questions that you establish with your colleagues or whoever is asking this question. Don't be shy to stop in between, share your findings, go back to the top level person, go back to them and say, hey, these are the things that we found so far, right? These are the things we found out so far. Does it support your hypothesis? Does it support the decisions you're trying to make? What can we do with this information already, right? Don't do the whole thing and take weeks and weeks and weeks and then go back to them at the end. I really don't advise doing that, especially for people who have a bit less experience. So that's kind of the process for me. Hi, Luke. How are you not following? Shame on you, Luke. I've seen you lurking around. Very strange that you weren't following. That's kind of the process. And doing that visually for me is really, really satisfying and helpful. I don't know if that's the case for you, but you get all possible paths between nodes, maybe give them names like AAZZ, and then use some kind of pattern similarity thing. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really done that kind of thing before, but I thought it would be pretty interesting. So that is it. That is it for today. That is how it went. That is what we did. And honestly, chat, I think it was pretty cool. Again, big props. Massive shout out goes to Ice Cream? No. Operational Analytics Club, thank you so much for supporting me. There will be 4 more streams this year. That are supported by the Operational Analytics Club, as I'm a data champion as part of their program. So look out for some more cool stuff that we'll be doing. I love that, you know, brands are supporting creators like myself to teach in a slightly different way. It's really not something to be taken for granted at all. I really appreciate it a lot. So for those of you watching from the OA Club, or for those of you from from Census or from the OA Club watching. Thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, it's a great community. Come join us. It's a lot of fun. Do I know Charlie Summers? Not personally, but Charlie is also a data champion. Do you know Charlie? Dave? Do you know each other? I haven't met anyone in person from the OA Club, unfortunately. DF, I'm not familiar with the platform you use. Can you share that like in a personal blog about Count? So I haven't really done much around Count, to be honest. I haven't really explored talking about Count other than using it as a tool. You can find quite a bit of stuff on my YouTube channel.
Like and subscribe. Bye.
I've been posting a lot of YouTube shorts, so they should be entertaining for you, I think. Honestly, I really love the tool. I'm not like an official spokesperson or something for Count, but I really enjoy the tool. It just makes a lot of sense to me to use something like that. I've seen other tools in the space like that, but none of them with SQL. The other ones I've seen in the space, they support Python. And Count supports both Python and SQL, so I think that is very powerful. And it is the most, let's say, pleasurable UI. It's very similar to Miro's UI, which I think is pretty decent, actually. So yeah, as usual, stick around for the raid. Do not go anywhere. Thank you very much for all of your support today. It means so much to me, really, it does. It's so great that so many people hang out with me to do this kind of stuff. No, you may not go to the bathroom, Surly. Of course not. Dave, you've met him in person. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool. We are going to go raid. Wow, look at all those new followers. I can't even read that list. That's a huge list. Thank you very much to all the new followers and to Ian for throwing bits around. We are going to raid Low Poly Princess. What does it mean to raid? It means that we are transporting all of you magically over to Low Poly Princess's stream. Low Poly Princess is currently practicing game dev and Blender in JavaScript, which is kind of interesting because I didn't realize you can really make games in pure JavaScript, but I guess it makes sense. So it's programming related. She's pretty cool. She doesn't stream super often, but when she does, it's always good fun. So enjoy yourselves, and I will see you hopefully on Monday. And if we don't see each other on Monday, hopefully sometime soon. Thanks again for all of your support today. And bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.